Hello, my beautiful friends. How are we doing? It has been one of those weeks. But the important thing is we all made it to Fishy Aroma Friday.
I forgot I was gonna tell you to play the trial music.
Ah, shit. Next week for sure, when it won't be appropriate anymore.
Yeah. Hello!
Hello! Welcome in.
Ow, my neck.
You good?
Yeah, I just moved it in a way that it did not like for a second.
I see.
I'm gonna take some ibuprofen.
Do that.
Preemptively. Because I can feel the threat.
Yeah. Well, how's everyone doing? I finished an arc of Higurashi this past week, and those who know how that is.
Arc 7.
Finished Arc 7.
Finished Arc 7.
So good, by the way. It was great. It's one of those things that's great, but...
They did not lie. Those arcs sure can answer.
Yeah. Everyone who told me that they were excited for me to read Arc 7, I hope you know what you did. You're evil. You're cruel.
Aw, but didn't you enjoy the local politics?
I did enjoy the local politics. You're all still evil, though. God. Alright. Gamers. We are in what will probably be the second to last episode 5 stream. I crunched the numbers today, I did my grim calculus, and it seems like we might run a little bit long this week and a little bit long next week, but that way we can comfortably get the rest of this episode into 2 streams, have a great time, and then we'll have our between episodes breaks for a little bit after that.
Do we want to talk about what we might be doing?
Sure. I mean, so our plan is to do... Whose move is Grim Calculus and Golden Fantasia? Trying to think of the funniest character
Kyrie.
to say. Kyrie?
If she was in the game.
Kyrie if she was in Golden Fantasia, yeah. I mean, she appears in the game. She's just not a playable character.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the back of her head in the chapel stage, I think, and she's also a summon for one specific character, but, I forgot what I was gonna say.
What we're going to do next.
Oh, yeah, so our plan is, we don't have a ton set in stone, but we're gonna be at least starting by playing through Portal 1 and 2, which we did a million years ago, but you'll watch it again.
No one watched it the first time, so we're doing it again, and it's going to be completely normal.
It's gonna be regular.
It's going to be extremely normal Portal and Portal 2.
Mm-hmm. I believe last time we did it, both games put together were 3 episodes, not counting the co-op campaign.
Mm-hmm.
So that won't get us through a full break, probably, but we kind of are gonna have to play it by ear how long Portal takes us to decide what else we do, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Cause like, yeah, the like top 2 I would be between is like probably Chance of Sonar or Hatoful Boyfriend,
Mm-hmm.
but Hatoful Boyfriend I think would be a little too long to combine with something else.
Mm-hmm.
Cause I would expect 3 to 4 streams out of that probably.
Mm-hmm.
So, where Chance of Sonar is more of a 2 to 3.
Yeah, that's the languages game, right?
Yes, Chance of Sonar is going to be wildly different from anything we've streamed in a hot minute, but it's a fun little environmental puzzle game with, like, fake language learning mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
It's very cool. I've played through the whole thing, so it would be, Adrian would be playing and I would be...
Hi.
Offering assistance when necessary, because unfortunately I remember the languages well enough that I can't play it like fresh. So, but it's a fun game. It's not super long, and it would get us through a little bit of a good decompress before jumping into the famously lighthearted Umineko episode 6.
Other stuff we were thinking of maybe playing in the future includes stuff maybe like Mist or Riven.
Yeah, we were talking about Mist and Riven as possibilities. I have to look a little bit into like how long they are and you know what's required, but I'm something of a puzzle sicko, so puzzle games might be on the menu.
Yeah, and it'd be what Mr. Riven would probably be one of our few games where neither of us know anything about it.
Yeah, we haven't played a game blind in a hot minute.
Last time we played a game blind was, I think,
Probably Dual Destinies.
Professor Layton. Phoenix Wright Professor Layton.
Oh yeah, that was after. You're right. Yeah.
Which was fall 2023.
God, that was fun. But yeah, we're talking about like a lot of like puzzle game type stuff to keep our brains going, but also not be Umineko.
Take a fun little break for starting with Perfectly Normal Portal.
Starting with Perfectly Normal Portal. But
Exactly
yeah,
as you remember it.
just the way you remember it.
Just stream just Portal the old-fashioned way.
Exactly. This stream still plays Portal the old-fashioned way. Shall we play the game? I don't want to delay getting into it too much because we are, like I said, we're on a little bit of a tight schedule the next couple weeks if we want this to be 2 streams, but it's like just the right length that it would be really awkward if we had to force it into a 3rd stream. But we'll do it
20 minutes
if we have
of
to.
Umineko and then Perfectly Normal Portal stream.
Listen, if we have to do it, we have to do it. Like I'll tell you up front, that might happen. I will try to make it so it doesn't happen, but that involves both of us shutting the fuck up. And you've been to the streams before. So, yeah, let's play a video game. Things were just about to get really regular where we left off. Okay. Thought I
Ding
clicked that.
dong.
Ding dong. Ding dong.
Ding dong.
Are they accomplishing reverb by playing the sound effect twice? Because it really sounded like the sound effect was being played twice at the same time. Really regular could mean anything in episode 5, but we're going this type of regular. All of the pieces from the game board were gathered. All of the humans, furniture, witches, and the witches on an even higher levels had gathered in one place. Oh, we got cinematography. That place was like a solemn cathedral with an unbelievably high ceiling. White stonework, golden ornaments. Though there were windows, there were no entrances or exits. It was a strange, strange place. But for some reason, no one wondered where this strange place was, because they were not given the right to think of this place as strange.
The pieces, have they all been gathered?
Yes, they have.
Well done. What a show. I wonder just how many people there are here.
No matter how many we see, every being outside the 18 is a phantom.
Making you acknowledge them is what my game's all about.
The 3 witches were seated on special thrones set upon a very high balcony. In the center sat the Game Master, Lambda Delta, and on either side of the semicircular balcony sat Berncastel and Beatrice, facing each other. Below them, Erica ran forward, lifted the corners of her skirt, and bowed respectfully.
I'm glad that they pointed out that she ran forward.
Ran feels like such a generous word because I know we all pictured the same thing, which is her scrambling, almost tripping over her feet, and then stopping abruptly to do a very dainty little curtsy.
Yeah, gripping the... Not dainty, because she is...
That's true.
We've seen her forced grip on her skirt in her art.
That's true. A curtsy that looks dainty from how high up the witches are sitting.
Great Lady Lambda Delta, we thank you for granting our request for an assembly. And Great Lady Berncastle, my master, please look forward to it. Though it may be for only a short while, I will most certainly make my master forget about the poison that torments her.
Yes, I am looking forward to it. I'd expect no less from my double, my peace.
Erica and Berncastle exchanged cruel smiles that'd make anyone want to avert their gaze.
Listen up, witches and humans! I hereby announce that with this assembly of witches gathered, the Court of Illusions will now begin.
The commander of the game spoke with words of power. Though her words were spoken within such a vast space, they rang out with the force of a bell in a bell tower.
Your lives and roles as they correspond to this game are over. The 5th game is now closed, and the 2400 answer session shall begin.
Cell begins.
Cell begin.
Cell begin.
Well, I'd like to get started quickly, but why don't we have everyone quickly introduce themselves first? After all, there are so many people here. I am Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty and the new commander of this game.
Berncastle, Witch of Miracles. My goal is to penetrate Beatrice's illusion of the witch.
I am the endless witch Beatrice. My goals are to claim my own existence and protect Natsuhi and Kinzo.
Battler-sama, you come next in rank. I'm Oshiromiya Battler. I'm fighting against against the witches. That's all. As I believe you know, you joined in on this game partway through. At the time this assembly of witches opens, you have yet to participate. Do you understand? I get it. You probably mean I don't have the right to speak for a while, right? Thank you for understanding. Even though Battler held a rank near that of witches, he sat on the foremost of the benches shared with the other relatives, all by himself at one end. He met the gaze of Beiro, who was up on the balcony.
You might have said you are my arch enemy.
Well, you aren't necessarily my only enemy.
Let's take this game back. It belongs to us.
Yeah.
God.
So weird that this is not really Beatrice.
That's Lambda Delta's version of Beato.
Yeah, because as we can all recall, Beiro's in a coma right now, functional. I mean, she's, like, not quite comatose, but she's basically, like, soul out of her body.
Yeah.
So, like, the fact that, like, we have this Beatrice here acting as the actual Beatrice while being Lambda's piece is really fucked, especially when you consider that, like, Lambda Delta and Berncastle are not really working against each other here, even if they nominally are. I just realized I didn't update the count for the stream title. It doesn't matter. But, I don't know, I find it very interesting that, like, Berncastle and Lambda Delta are acting like they're not on the same side, but they kind of are. So you have Berncastle versus the Beato controlled by Lambda Delta. And those are the two sides of this fight. It feels so much like it's still just wildly out of any of our control.
Yeah. And, like, if you remember, Lambda's goal is not for Beatrice to win, it's for Beatrice to stay fighting Battler forever, and her goal with taking... What's hypothesized for the reason why she's taken over as Game Master is because she wants to give Beto enough time to stop being comatose, so she can go back to being the Game Master again.
Right, because her ultimate goal is to trap Berncastle here forever and ever.
Yeah, so Lambda's Beto saying, let's take our game board back, really is sinister, because, like... Yeah, we'll give it back to Beatrice, but she still wants you both stuck here forever.
Yeah, you still have to just keep doing this forever and ever, even after you've, you know, died and given up, basically. It's really, it's very potent.
Eggs in forever torment.
I almost said I was fighting against Beato's illusion of the witch. Since the beginning, Beato has been my only enemy. But right now, Erica and those witches who started toying around with Beato's tail are also my enemies. Who should I fight, and how? Maybe it's a good thing I don't have the right to speak for a while. I'll calm down and coolly watch over everything.
Because there's one thing we know about Battler, is that he is calm and cool.
Yeah, very collected, this man.
Mm-hmm. And watching people discuss and yell at each other and accuse other people of stuff is... He can stay really calm and collected during that.
Totally.
I am the detective and the one who called for this assembly of witches, Furudo Erika. I will expose the culprit of the 5th game and stick a charming period on the end of this tale.
Erica greeted the witches above her and the humans behind her once again.
I am also looking forward to it. Okay, remaining pieces, introduce yourselves in whatever order.
Humans, introduce yourselves, all of you! When 4-5 urged him to introduce himself, Kinzo stood up.
I'm Ushiromiya Kinzo. I slipped out of the study window and am hiding somewhere on Rook Kenjima.
Fuck me. Hang on, it's gonna be me for a minute.
You have to remember what Kraus sounds like.
Yeah. Ushiromiya Kraus. Currently I have been captured and am being confined somewhere.
I'm Ushiramiya Eva. I'm alive.
I'm Rudolph. The rest of us are all Ushinomiyas too, so I'll leave off the family name.
I'm Ushiro... Rosa. I was killed on the first twilight.
Jessica. I also died on the first twilight.
I'm George. I also died on the first twilight.
Maria! I died, but look, I'm here talking! See? Dying isn't a big deal, right?
I haven't gotten to do a key in so fucking long.
That was a good one.
It's been forever.
Yeah. Yeah, Maria's been kind of taking a backseat for quite some time now.
First of all, she's currently dead, but
Yes.
also... I'm Ushinomiya Natsu!
But she hasn't been prominent since, like, episode 4, which was not that long ago in the scheme of the game, but in
Like,
terms
she
of
was-
our lives, it has been.
Also, she was prominent during, like, one specific part
Yeah.
of episode 4.
Yeah.
I am alive! She wasn't really prominent by the second half of episode 4.
Yeah.
Hideyoshi here! I was killed just a short while ago!
Now it's your turn. Spouse's time.
Kidding. I'm still alive. Nanjo! I am also hanging in there!
My name is Genji. I passed away on the first twilight.
I'm Shannon. I'm still alive.
I'm Canon. I'm also alive.
Good for both of you. Don't happen often.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Goda. Pleased to meet you, everyone.
I'm Kumasawa!
Nanjo and group of spouses. There's a fucking screenshot I saw someone post that referenced the spouses and had, I think, Hideyoshi Kirie and Nanjo on the screen, and they just captioned it with something like, "Now what does this mean?" Or something like, "How am I supposed to interpret this?" It's very simple.
Pleased to meet you!
Kumasawa ranked lower than Goda is crazy. After all she's done for this family?
Well, I don't think they're all entirely in the most of the order, because Nanjo is also in there randomly when usually he would come last because he's not in the rank at all.
He outranks the servants, though. He came after the family before the servants. I think that still makes sense.
Goda spoke before Kumasawa because he's just that asshole who interrupt her.
Yeah.
He would speak over her.
Yeah.
He was really, really excited to be the first golden eagle, one-winged eagle servant to speak. That's my belief.
Yeah.
It's part of his personality forever.
He looks like he elbowed his way in front of her.
Literally.
Yeah.
That's why she's sweating.
Oh. Someone should kill Goda.
Now on to the witches. Everyone introduce yourselves.
Virgilia's group could also be seen. Unlike the floor Beato's group was on, the second floor had a balcony that looked like raised audience seating, and they sat there looking down as though they were at a theater. It's like they were in some sort of theater.
My name is Virgilia. I am Beatrice's teacher.
I'm Gav. Making corpses disappear is my job.
My thought as to why there is the like thunk sound effect is that she just dropped in.
Oh, you know that a hole opened above her and she just fell down. That is exactly what that was meant to
fell
imply.
into seat.
Runaway, I'm in charge of making black tea.
I greet you in the name of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. I served in the murder of Hideyoshi on the Second Twilight.
The Seven Sisters of Purgatory right here.
Let us then have Lady Erica's furniture introduce themselves.
Gertrude, I am an assistant inquisitor of heresy. Cornelia, I am an assistant inquisitor of heresy.
Yeah, the group shot where they try to fit them all on the screen at the same time is really funny.
Yeah, no matter how they do it, it's always really funny.
You just see a spread of hair colors and that's it.
Yes, I will always be giving them the exact same voice. They are not important enough for me to care.
They're cute though.
They are cute.
They're cute character designs. I like in the stage play when they have shorts on. I do like that better.
I like
They have these cute little high-waisted shorts with like buttons on them.
Oh, that's
it
so
looks
cute.
nice. The two of them could also be seen on the second floor audience seating. They sat apart from Virgilia's group. Then, Dlanor, who was seated between the two, slowly stood up. She had a presence and dignity about her, as though she was overseeing everything from that place.
Dlanor A. Knox is my name. I am Lady Erica's primary assistant. Battler, I expect much from you.
I love this face.
What the
of
fuck
hers.
is up, bitch? Please don't disappoint me.
Let's just both give it all we've got.
Most of the time, there will be no need for Dlanor to step forward. However, when the witch side plays around with ugly word games, I'll need to have Dlanor convict them. A miracle like the one in the study won't happen again.
Clearly, you don't own an air fryer.
That's exactly what it is.
My favorite Dlanor sprite is the one that I made Josh draw me as, where she's just where she has the three mouth and she just looks like she's trying really, really hard not to laugh at something really pathetic.
It's really good. And finally, let us introduce ourselves. We are the Shiestra Sisters Imperial Guards, who have been tasked with management of proceedings at this assembly of witches. Hello, everyone! This ends the introductions of all pieces. A total of 38 people are present here. There are 38 characters in the 5th game. Which, you remember when we were all... You remember when the game was about whether there might be 19 people? We have doubled that. We have doubled that, and this is not even all the characters in Umineko. Well, we've doubled the 19.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But this is not even all the characters. This doesn't include any of the 1998 characters.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't include Sakataro. He's not here.
Well, he's dead.
Secret 39th person here. The 39th person X.
Yeah.
I'm sure Umineko's done introducing new characters now. We've seen the last of them. That's why we got this final head count. But if you added all the pieces from previous games too, it would probably rise even higher. This game, which has so often been likened to chess, now has far more pieces than a chessboard. This doesn't include the pilot who shares the same name as the boat captain, true.
Kawabata.
Kawabata.
Okanoki isn't here.
There's a Kawabata in Higurashi too, it made me lose it. He's
No.
just like a property manager, like he doesn't matter, but he's there.
No Okanoki.
sad.
Very well. Then I guess we'll get started. Let the person who called this meeting begin.
Okanogi just shows up at the Court of Illusions.
Hey, I'm
no
Okanogi.
explanation. He would do that.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Goat. We forgot the goats!
She didn't even count all of the goats.
Refill my drink.
And some popcorn for me.
Yeah, that's right. The one who decided demons ought to eat popcorn and watching a play was you, after all.
I see.
Yes, I intend to enjoy this.
Oh yeah, Battler does say that at one point, doesn't he?
Balor says what?
Talks about, like, demons watching and eating popcorn or something, right?
Oh, that's not why I gave you a look.
I said that.
What?
I don't even know why you gave me a look then.
Oh, the one who decided demons ought to eat popcorn and when watching a play was you, directed at Burncastle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
Right!
Yes, I intend to enjoy this. And could I get some black tea and mustard miso?
It wasn't Battler who said that.
Erica, begin. I'm already starting to get bored.
Yes, my master, leave it to me! Order! Silence!
No one was talking.
At the sound of her voice, the Siesta Sisters Corps straightened up.
I want
lifted-
Battler to just be like, no one was talking.
Yeah. At the sound of her voice, the Siesta Sisters Corps straightened up, lifted their right knees, and stamped down hard on the floor with their heels. She is so excited to be given authority. It became a low, deep rumble in the ground, and all chatter in the cathedral disappeared instantly, as their eyes and expressions became even more hollow and empty. The room fell back into silence, almost as though they were a collection of wax models. Bunny thumps. Yeah, exactly. They stomp beat on the ground. Amidst this heavy silence, there was the sound of footsteps, as Erica walked out into the center where she could catch everyone's attention. When she signaled with her chin, a goat attendant appeared from behind a pillar, and carried a single plain chair out into the front and center of the room. It must have been the defendant's chair.
I, Furudo Erica, will make an accusation. The murderer of the fifth game is... Ushiromiya Natsuhi-san. You are the culprit.
Erica pointed at Natsuhi and spoke. The Natsuhi waxed doll alone, shook and regained its expression. It was an expression of panic.
Siesta Sisters, please take the defendant to her chair.
Understood! That was more 4-5, but I'm gonna let that read sit.
What are you doing? Let go of me!
4-5 and 4-10 both pinned Natsuhi's arms behind her back, and led her to the chair in the center. Natsuhi resisted, but the Siesta Sisters were surprisingly strong, and she couldn't do anything. She turned to the relatives for help, but they just remained silent like wax models.
I, Furudo Erica, will now reconstruct why the crime was only possible for Ushiromiya Natsuhi.
Beto, of course you'll be challenging this, right?
Naturally. I am the Ushimiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. Furuda Erica, I challenge you. I'll take these false accusations you're trying to place on my master and tear them apart. Beatrice! You're not Natsuhi. You are my master, and you are the true head with the one-winged eagle engraved in your heart.
Can't spell heresy without her. So true.
So true. Do not fear a crime you have not committed.
At those words, Natsuhi jerked back and gulped. Her panic finally disappeared, and she stood up straight.
That's true. I am Ushimiya Natsuhi. I will confront any challenge that would disgrace the Ushimiya family.
How can you try a bluff like that in a situation like this? You really are the bullied kid in every single fragment.
So, Burn, make your claims.
I, Burncastle, claim that a human, Ushiramiya Natsuhi, is the culprit of this game.
And you too, Beto, okay?
I, Beatrice, claim that the culprit in this game is not human. I am the culprit.
Burncastle, who smiled daringly, and Beatrice, who smiled firmly, crossed gazes.
Listen, witches and humans. 2 claims have appeared for its single truth. Is the culprit a human, Ushirimiya Natsuhi? Or is the culprit a witch, Beatrice? If the witch wins, the truth about the 5th game will disappear into darkness. If Erica wins, the illusion of the witch will be wiped from the game board. In other words, for Beto alone, this is a battle that must not be lost. Are you prepared?
And what am I supposed to be preparing myself for? This has always been just what I wanted.
If Erica wins, the illusion of the witch will be destroyed. That means the existence of the witch will be denied. Beto was fighting for her life. However, this wasn't the only time she had been fighting for her life. It had always been a life or death struggle, even when she fought with Battler. Because if Battler had won and destroyed the illusion of the witch in the previous games, Beto would have been destroyed. That's dirty. Erica alone has nothing to lose if she fails.
I wonder. Lady Burncastle is not a compassionate person. I can't imagine she'd give a warm treatment to a piece that didn't perform to her expectations.
It was inconceivable that the ruthless Burncastle would place no blame at all on a piece who had suffered defeat. Erica was probably fighting for her life just as much. The 2 claims would clash, and one would be weeded out. One would fall, and would not leave this place alive. The only ones who truly had nothing to lose were those witches.
Okay, no problems. Get started.
In that case,
Oh, I love I love how this song starts. It's so good.
I would like to go first. The murder of Hideyoshi-san is very simple. It should be impossible to suspect anyone other than Natsuhi-san. Except for the victim and Natsuhi-san, all of us were in the same room, correct?
If the not guilty confetti falls, the small bomb in Erica will activate.
That's true. That's real and true. It really was simple. Except for Natsuhi, everyone had been inside the parlor. And because it was so simple, it was decisive.
No matter how you look at it, the one who killed Hideyoshi was Natsuhi. No, it's the other way around. No matter how you look at it, no one except for Natsuhi could have killed Hideyoshi. There's no room for discussion or debate.
I'm telling you, that's a mistake. Maybe I don't have an alibi. However, I don't believe a lack of an alibi proves that one is the culprit.
I have somewhat recently brushed up on how episode 5 works. I'll be excited to see what dirty tricks they play with the red in this one.
We know that Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. But wait, the scene of a murder was a closed room. It should have been impossible for anyone, including Natsuhi, to have committed the crime in that room. Except for me, since I could have done it with magic.
I'll explain the closed room trick, the how done it, later. For the time being, I'll start with the who done it. Because of the aforementioned, it's impossible to suspect any character except Natsuhi-san regarding the murder of Hideyoshi-san.
Milady, it may be dangerous to press any further on this.
I agree. It's a fact that Natsuhi was hiding in the closet of Hideyoshi's room. When it comes to repeating things unread, they'll check to see who's in the room and you'll be cornered. Probably. Lady Lambda Delta is the commander of this game. If it suits her fancy, she'll set up Natsuhi as the culprit regardless of the fact.
If the typhoon passes and the police come to perform a scientific investigation, perhaps the true culprit will be identified and the false accusations against Natsuhi will be lifted. However, in this closed-off Rokenjima, the police will not arrive for all eternity. In other words, the real truth will not be revealed. Inside this cat box that will never be opened, false charges that everyone accepts are worth no more or less than the truth. Their aim is most likely to use the simple murder of Hideyoshi to give the impression that Natsuhi-sama is the culprit, before moving on to the first Twilight's reconstruction, which has more uncertain elements.
It's not good at all to move forward with the Game Master suspecting us. We should take the initiative. Sure. Lady Lambda Delta, as you were well aware, a fair number of murders were committed during the 5th game. And we are skipping the rather lengthy chunk of time from midnight until early the morning. Skipping to Hideyoshi's murder and stepping backwards and forwards in time will only lead to confusion. It is my belief that we should follow events chronologically and in order, through the decision of yours, of course.
Though the decision is yours.
Though the decision is yours, of course.
I'm sorry I'm making her more British.
It happens.
I'm making her sound a little bit more like Natsuhi.
I think that kind of works.
Yeah,
though.
which I'm now realizing is kind of like a good intentional choice for this game.
Yeah, I kind of don't hate that.
She is Natsuhi's Beatrice this time.
Yeah.
Objection. In the process of prosecuting the culprit, chronological order has no significance.
Objection! Furuno Erika is trying to mix up the chronological sequence in order to create a false impression of the events. I'm not a fan of confusing things myself. I accept Beto's claim. Erika started with the first Twilight instead of jumping to the second.
I definitely Who's I? Battler?
Probably Battler.
Okay.
He's just like, he's sitting politely and watching.
Yeah. Grace, I also love Lambda Delta so fucking much.
She's so funny.
I definitely saw Erika click her tongue. I understand. So this is a way of telling Rokenjima's tale. I was guided by Virgilia, met Beatrice, reached the peak from which you can see everything below you, and finally understood the truth of this world. This is that thing you were talking about earlier, Virgilia.
Yes, that's right. Truth is very fragile in this place.
As long as each side makes its own claim, different truths can exist at the same time. Yes, this really is a trial. Both sides put forth their own truths. This here truly is the brown tube trial that Virgilia once used as an analogy.
Then I will follow Lady Lambda Delta's orders and start from the first crime at the first Twilight. As you know, at 2400 on October 4th, the first day...
Sorry, I hit a button.
Yeah, I was just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was me. I hit something on the soundboard.
Following a short break in the family conference, Natsuhi left on her own, saying that she was going to bed early. Therefore, her alibi is completely lost from that time until the next morning.
The culprit is Yoshiramiya Natsuhi, because Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi.
Oh, is that so? I believe there are several people besides Natsuhi who have dubious alibis. Unless you can clear suspicion from them all, I cannot allow you to call Natsuhi the culprit.
I wish Umineko's background files didn't all corrupt when you open them, because I would love to know if that was text rendered in engine or if that was the Ryukishi special of putting text on a background in his image editor and just putting a fucking JPEG in the game files. Because he loved doing that for Higurashi.
Mm-hmm.
This motherfucker would put text on a background in his visual novel, but the text on a background would be an image. We cannot conclude that Natsuhi is the culprit, as long as there are other people without alibis. Gah. The claim has been made that Natsuhi was the only one lacking an alibi between 2400 and 1 o'clock. This is being used as a basis for claiming that she is the culprit. However, as long as the following possibilities exist, it is impossible to conclude that this is the case. Was the crime also possible for Battler, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Nanjo, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Goda, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Kumasawa, or Genji, or Kraus? Was the crime also possible for the people in the mansion besides Natsuhi? Is it possible George and the others were actually just playing dead? Is it possible that there was a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge Erica was in? Is it possible that the crime was committed before 2400? Is it possible that the crime was committed after 3? Is it possible that the crime was committed outside the time span of 2400 to 1 o'clock? Is it possible that someone in the mansion committed the crime between 2400 and 3 o'clock? I hope everyone understood all of that completely.
True.
Yeah,
that's
that's
Lambda.
Lambda, yeah.
True. If Erica's gonna call Natsuhi suspicious so confidently, she's first gotta show that everyone else has an alibi. Right, Burn?
Yes, of course. Erica will explain that perfectly.
The culprit is Yoshiramiya Natsuhi, because we will prove that everyone else has an alibi. I do like how they do that.
Of course, my master. In that case, I would like to explain things in order. Let's forget about Genji's murder for now and focus on the crime in the guest house. For this case, you'd like to suspect the servants who were in the guest house, right? On that night, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were there. Isn't that right, you two?
When she turned to face the direction where those two were seated, those two wax models alone came back to life. So great that you can see the word gonna and go, Beto would not fucking say that.
Yeah.
Literally. They probably weren't even granted souls until they were allowed to speak. In that case, it would have been better if Natsuhi's soul could have disappeared as well. Natsuhi, who was in the defendant's chair, kept her soul the whole time, and was constantly hanging her head, looking nervous. Goda hurried to his feet and answered Erika's question. Yes, that is correct. On that evening, I was alone in the guest house servant room.
Well, look at my age. Staying up all night will be a heavy burden. So I returned to the waiting room in the guest house and went to bed on my own. Yes. Doesn't that mean Koda and Kumasawa have lost their alibis? Kumasawa claims that she was sleeping alone in the waiting room. Koda claims he was alone in the servant room. Either of them could have had enough time to go to the cousin room and commit murder.
Nonsense! Why would we do something like that?
That's right! How could I ever kill someone?
We cannot conclude that Natsuhi is the culprit. After all, was the crime also possible for Kumasawa or Goda, who were both in the guest house?
Natsuhi said it all. Both Kumasawa, who was sleeping alone in the waiting room, and Goda, who was alone in the servant room, are in the exact same situation as Natsuhi in her room. Both of them have lost their alibis.
Have no fear. I guarantee that neither of those two are murderers. First off, following dinner, Kumasawa-san left the mansion with me and the others and went to the guest house, entered the waiting room, and slept until morning. It's the same for Goda-san. Once he finished with his job, he chatted with us in the lounge and went to sleep afterwards. Neither of them had the opportunity to commit murder.
So we're finally here. I see it's time for me to stand up as well. Your turn is already over, Erica. Go summon that bodyguard you rely on so much.
Beto glanced at
Oh
where...
god, I'm gonna have to talk with myself so much now.
Yeah. Where Dlanor sat on the second floor audience seating. However, Dlanor just stared back with those usual expressionless eyes.
Repeat it! We have absolute proof of Goda and Kumasawa's alibis.
We refuse. Why give a hint to an enemy? There's no way we'd answer.
Did you hear that, Lady Lambda Delta? They say they have no proof. How could they claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis without proof?
Good point. What do you say, Burn? Erica? How can you claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis?
Fall back, Erica! My opponent is Delanor over there. A mere human like you can be no match for a witch.
No, there's no need for Delanor to step forward. In fact, it's precisely because a mere human will defeat a witch that the illusion of the witch will now be denied. So go ahead. Use the red and blue as much as you like. I'm ready for it, okay?
I always like that last Erica sprite. Erica has a lot of good faces, but there's something about the almost like earnestness to it that is like, because it's Erica, has such a specific vibe. In response to Erica's challenge, Beato smiled boldly yet gracefully and slowly stood up. And they glared at each other between the floor and the balcony.
Goda and Kumasawa have no alibis. The two of them were in the guest house and could have reached the cousin room to commit murder.
Banger.
At any time. Unless you can deny that possibility, you cannot treat Natsuhi as the culprit.
Beato's blue truth struck out rapidly. The curtain had finally dropped, and the battle had begun.
A human like Erica can't use any red. How could she turn this around without calling Delanor?
How can she turn this trial around? Though Erica cannot use it, her master, Lady Burncastle, can. We mustn't let our guards down.
Blue truth valid. What'll you do, Burn? Or you or Delanor stepping in instead?
It is still not my turn. And it is not Lady Burncastle's turn either.
Yes, that's right. There's no need for us to show up for something like this. This is important precisely because a mere human like Furudo Erika will defeat you, Theodo. Because you'll be defeated by a human, we'll know. We'll all know that the fake witch who calls herself Beatrice the Golden is nothing more than a subhuman phantom.
If he really could do that, it'd be totally entertaining. Very well, Erica. Let's see what you've got.
Explaining it for the first person, Kumasawa-san, is extremely simple. Kumasawa-san, stand.
Yes!
Kumasawa-san, from the time you went to bed last night to the time you were informed about the crime in the morning, did you ever leave the waiting room?
No! I was sound asleep until morning, I really was!
The truth is, after dinner last night, I had a chat with Eva-san, and she told me something very interesting. I tried that out myself.
And what exactly is that? You don't mean...
That's right. It's what cornered and sealed Kinto in his study. I learned that you can create a seal by putting something between a door and the frame.
Are you kidding? Did she actually do that to Kumasawa-san's waiting room?
Erica was in the guest house, so there's no obstacle to her having been capable of that.
After all, it was an unsettling night, and a massive amount of gold had just been discovered. Many sorts of crimes might have occurred. Where there is a detective, there will be a crime. I foresaw that some kind of crime would take place, so I used this to seal away people whose alibis might otherwise be lost.
Erica held a small, folded piece of brown paper high in the air.
After I watched Kumasawa-san, who returned to the guest house with me, say goodnight and enter the waiting room, I used this to seal the door. Then, in the morning, when the crime was discovered and caused a big uproar, I immediately went to check Kumasawa-san's waiting room, where I confirmed that the seal was still set.
I like to think she really thought she was gonna get a cruise closed circle murder mystery because she was on the boat. Yeah.
Therefore, I can prove Kumasawa-san's alibi.
Kumasawa has an alibi. Then ended up in a mansion on an island while it was storming and went,
Well,
still cool.
Still pretty good.
Boom.
Good. A wonderful alibi. Not a single gap. Kumasawa
What was that?
Kumasawa returned to the guest house with Erika, went to the waiting room to sleep, and never left the room until morning. In other words, after Kumasawa returned to the guest house, she never went to the second floor until morning.
The proof Erika had shown was elevated by Berncastle and became red truth. This truth, which had become red, could no longer be overturned, even by Beidou. In other words, in that instant, Kumasawa's perfect alibi had been absolutely guaranteed.
Then what about Goda?
Goda-san holed up in the servant room right after reaching the guest house. I sealed him up in the same way. Then, when Rosa-san returned at 1 a.m., I happened to notice her when I stepped out into the corridor. I let Goda-san, I fucking skipped my own line. I let Goda-san, who was still in the servant room, know this. At that moment, the seal was still in place, so from the time they arrived at the guest house until 1 a.m., Goda-san never left the servant room. And afterwards, he was with me in the lounge until 3 a.m. And after 3 a.m., I was on the second floor, so I can guarantee that Goda-san didn't come up to the second floor.
Erika's seal proves that Goda was holed up in the servant room until 1 a.m. And Erika has proven his alibi from then until 3 a.m., since she was passing the time in the lounge with him. And Erika has also proven that he never set foot on the second floor until the morning after. In other words, after Goda returned to the guest house, he never went up to the second floor until morning.
Goda has an alibi. Well,
The truth valid. Well done, Erika. The alibi due to your seal on the door has been acknowledged by Bern and elevated to the status of red truth.
Thank you very much, my master. I am the detective. I may be human, but I can use the red truth despite that and surpass humans.
So now you claim to have surpassed humans. It's 1,000 years too early for you to talk like that, you conceited brat.
It'll be a pain to have you try anything funny, so I'll make this clear now. In fact, I should have done this in the beginning. I apologize for being so roundabout. This is the situation around the guest house at 2400. The gold was found, an emergency family meeting was called for, and Battler-san went to the mansion with the relatives. I, the three cousins Dr. Nanjo, Goda-san, and Kumasawa-san, remained in the guest house. I have already explained Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's alibis. George-san, Jessica-san, and Maria-san were playing cards in the cousin room. I actually joined them for just a little bit, and I clearly witnessed that they were alive at that time. My master, I ask that you repeat this.
Yes, I'll respond. At 2400 in the guest house, George, Jessica, and Maria were alive, and in the second floor cousin room. Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa were on the first floor. And since there's no need to hold off on it anymore, I'll confirm that all the victims so far are dead. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji really are dead. How could they be playing dead with their necks sliced open like that?
no murder occurred before 2400. We guarantee that George's group is dead. Sad.
Thanks for repeating that, my master. If we hadn't made these things clear, you might have started going on about how they were already dead before I guaranteed everyone's alibis. Or that they weren't actually dead at all.
I love the methodical going through every point on the list and crossing it out. It's so satisfying and also so dread-inducing. It's really good. Because it's like you start off, you're like, wow, we have a shit ton of arguments. Surely we have this. And they just keep... It's like this slow plod through, chipping away at every theory we have. It's so good. Oh, sorry. Beto had a reaction. It was Gah.
There you go.
Yeah, good one. Unsurprisingly, Beato's side couldn't get away with the simple plan of claiming that the victims were only playing dead. But in order to overcome Goda and Kumasawa's alibis, it should have been possible to suppose that the crime occurred before those doors were sealed. However, the opponent had predicted this move perfectly. It had been shown in red that the crime did not occur before the time period covered by Erika's alibis.
Got it. That's the last time the victims were confirmed to be alive. I wish you'd said that in the beginning. This means you can ignore everything that happened before 2400.
To go even further, at 2400, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in a corridor on the second floor of the mansion. All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining hall. Of course, at that point in time, no murder had occurred. Genji was also alive.
We confirmed that those thought to be inside the mansion at 2400 were indeed inside the mansion. Addendum, it has already been shown that none of them left the mansion before 1 o'clock, excluding Natsuhi.
This isn't something Erika observed. But we can't move the game forward without settling it. Very well, I'll acknowledge the red truth.
Thank you very much for that red truth, my master.
Since Erika had been in the guest house, it was only natural that she could explain the situation there. However, since she hadn't been in the mansion at the time, explaining the situation over there would have been extremely difficult for her. Beato would normally have attacked there with the blue truth, saying that the people in the dining hall had all agreed to keep the same story, that someone had snuck out of the dining hall, and that they might have committed murder in the guest house. However, because Byrne had instantly settled that matter with the red text, Beato had completely lost her chance to strike back. Oh, sorry. She said, damn it.
Damn it.
Very troublesome. To think we would be put at such a disadvantage.
This is almost the exact opposite of Riche's fault with Fights of Battle.
In fact, the situation might be even worse than it was back then. At a glance, the fight between the two of them resembled our previous fights. However, there were some vital differences. The first was whether or not Beato was the Game Master. The Beato who fought against me was the Game Master, so she knew all the truth. That's why she was able to use the red text at will. However, the current Beato isn't the Game Master. She's just a single piece on the game board. In other words, even Beato doesn't know the truth. So you could say that Beato is now in the same position I once was. Also, though Erika may seem to be in the same position I once was, the situation for her is totally different. She's connected to the witch called Burncastle. Even though she isn't the Game Master, she's capable of elevating Erika's statements to become Red Truth. Because of this, Erika can use the Red Truth, even though she's neither a witch nor the Game Master. Beato, who's supposed to be the witch, possesses no truth nor red she can use. And yet the detective, Erika, can use the Red Truth. The advantage is completely flipped over to the other side. Perhaps you could say that the current Beato is in a much worse position than I was when I fought her. After I got used to the game, Beato stopped responding to my demands that she use the red, but in the beginning she had responded to almost all of them, giving me quite a few hints. That's why we were able to fight on par. However, Burncastle is different. She fully understands the rules of this game, and is prepared to corner Beato without even a hint of restraint. And because of this, I knew. In the past, Beato went easy on me so that we could fight on par with each other.
This has become quite an amusing fight.
I see. So I must fight from the position Battler once stood in.
Beto.
In the past, I've insulted you, called you incompetent. I can handle much, much worse than this. It's now impossible to suspect Goda and Kumasawa. You can't win by arguing that point any longer. Yes. Let's switch to a different approach.
The next in line would probably be Nanjo. He was also in the guest house.
Nanjo was in the lounge with Erika. However, I believe that time periods before and after have been left open. That's right. I'll strike there. Nanjo, you were relaxing in the first floor lounge of the guest house with Erika and Goda, correct?
Was the crime also possible for Nanjo, who was in the guest house?
Who knows? Yes, I was with Erika-san the whole time. And during what time was this? From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Yes, that's right. It was the period between 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Dr. Nanjo, Goda-san, and I were relaxing in the lounge. Repeated, my master.
I'll respond. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., Erika, Nanjo, and Goda spent their time in the lounge on the first floor at the guest house.
Though she had flat out refused to repeat what Beto told her to, she responded to Erika's demand immediately. The red truth was starting to corner Beto. She grimaced as though in pain, but she still struck back with the blue truth. No, perhaps she really was in pain. Now that the characters apart from Natsuhi have had their alibis established, the illusion of the witch is also being denied. Beto perceived the denial of her existence as pain.
Even so, he shouldn't have an alibi for the time period before and after you were in the lounge. It was possible for Nanjo to commit the crime too.
That's right. I get that Nanjo was in the lounge with Erika from 1 to 3, but what about before and after that? What about that, Erika?
Yes. First, the alibi for before 1 a.m. This is no problem at all. I played cards with the cousins in their room until 2400, and then went downstairs to the lounge where I met Dr. Nanjo.
That's right. At 2400, I met Erika-san after she came down the stairs and spoke with her, learning that she was quite the connoisseur of the mystery genre. I realized that I'd found a kindred spirit.
When I went into the library to solve the epitaphs riddle, I noticed that there were several original copies of famous foreign mystery novels stored there. So, I wanted to discuss them with the actual books in hand. We moved to the library and were talking the whole time. Constantly until we moved to the lounge.
Cramped though it was, that book storage room in the guest house was stocked well enough that it was fair to call it a small library. In it were several famous foreign mystery novels that Kinzo had once taken a liking to. Of course, they were all originals and in English, but English was no problem for either Erika or Nanjo. For this occasion, they had borrowed the key to the library one more time from Goda in the servant room. At that point, Erika checked the seal again, and of course, reset it. Damn her. Even though she keeps it sealed for anyone else to enter or leave, she alone enters and leaves whenever she wants.
I see. So from 2400 until 3 a.m., when you went to sleep, you were with Nanjo the whole time. That means Nanjo's alibi is the most rock solid of them all.
Yes, that's it exactly. My master, repeat it.
I also forgot that Nanjo spoke English.
Yeah.
I'll respond.
Like, I believe it about Erika because she's a Mary Sue, but...
After 2400, Erika was with Nanjo the whole time until 3 a.m.
At 2400, the crime in the cousin room still hadn't occurred. So this way, an alibi had been established for the period before the time they were in the lounge.
After that, we walked out of the library and into the hallway at 1 a.m. When we did, we just happened to bump into Rosa-san as she returned. I then told Goda-san about that. I figured it was probably a servant's responsibility to welcome in a guest.
Goda asked if he should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. She quickly headed up to the second floor. At this point, Erika, Goda, and Nanjo gathered together and decided to have a drink. Their alibis in the lounge up until 3 a.m. have already been proclaimed in red, so there are no problems there.
Let's continue on to after 3 a.m. This is Dr. Nanjo's alibi after we split up. At 3 a.m., Battler-san returned and the people in the lounge went their separate ways. Dr. Nanjo, Battler-san, and I went up to the 2nd floor. I then said goodnight to Dr. Nanjo. At this time, of course, I put a seal on the door to the doctor's room as well. And it went unchanged until the crime was discovered. I flew out of my room at the same time as Battler-san's scream and checked to see that the door to Dr. Nanjo's room was still sealed. Therefore, Dr. Nanjo's alibi is perfect both before 1 and after 3.
Nanjo has an alibi. This would have been so good if I had remembered to mod this so that the sound effect that plays is Vine Boom instead of the regular boom.
Oh my god.
I just remembered we had briefly talked about me doing that, and I was like, it actually would be insanely easy. Because literally all I would have to do is just replace the audio file that's in the folder with something that has the same name. Because the code doesn't know the difference. It only looks at the name of it.
Splendid, Erika. Both your seal and your red truth are perfect. Nanjo had the alibi of being with Erika until 3 a.m. And he didn't leave his room after 3 a.m. until morning.
Erika made use of the seals on the doors and was granted red truths from Burncastle one after another. Replace it with Crimson Acid. That's not funny!
That's not funny!
God. Did we ever actually talk about that on stream, or is that just something I've talked with you and Grace about independently?
Great question. I don't know.
I found the, cracked, audio files for Paradise Killer that had all the voice lines in it, and there's, a bunch of unused reads, and one of them is a version... Crimson Acid has, a that's not funny kind of thing.
That's not funny.
But she has a version of it that is so whiny sounding, it's literally like, that's not funny! And it kills me. For me, demanding that Beidou repeat something had been about maneuvering and tactics, but it's totally different for Erika. For her, it's like having a trump card that can make red whenever she wants.
This concludes the proof of alibis for all suspects in the guest house. Any problems?
I do have a problem! And that problem is,
Beidou racked her brains to find some point to latch onto, but Erika's red had been ruthlessly perfect. There was no point she could take issue with. Beidou kept thinking hard, trying to fault Erika on something, but her expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell by looking.
Beidou's complaint is rejected.
You try to mod Umineko with the Vine Boom, but you get hit with Noxus 10th that no disguises are permitted. That would be really funny.
I can't sense any problems at all. It's totally pop, cute, and perfecto. Alibis for all humans in the guest house have now been proven.
Wait a sec, Erika. Are you trying to leave me out of this? Shinomiya Battler also should have had a chance to commit the crime. After all, I was in the same room as the victims all night. I'm not gonna let you skip past this part while ignoring me. Huh?
At that time, an arrow twisted like a golden snake and hit me. It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip.
slap.
Smacks him. Battler-sama, your right to speak has not yet been recognized. Be warned.
Ow! Damn it!
Yeah, I understand, Battler, and my apologies. Forgive me. Erika, you still haven't shown an alibi for Battler. Battler is the man who is sleeping alongside the victims. Shouldn't he be placed under suspicion more than anyone else?
I do love that Battler's like, objection, what if I did it? Was
What
the crime
about
also
me?
possible for Battler?
Beidou's right. You can't go skipping a Battler like that.
It's funny getting the first notification that someone we know is playing It Takes Two, because I was like, I'm waiting for the second one to hit. I know who's also playing it. Where is it?
My apologies. I had completely forgotten.
The face of someone who did not forget.
After Battler returned at 3 a.m., you went up to the second floor with him. And I believe you also went to your own room and slept. You may have gone to the cousin room at 2400, but I don't think you went there after 3 a.m. Will you now claim that you went to crawl into Battler's bed later on? Well, if he said you were looking at Battler's sleeping face all night long to confirm his alibi in the cousin room, then I'd accept it right.
Yes, I listened to him breathing in his sleep all night long. Got a problem with that.
What the fuck?
God, the cutting of the music there is so good.
I, Furudo Erika, can prove that Battler-san returned to the cousin room at 3 a.m., but he went straight to bed afterwards, and then he went straight to sleep. And I can prove that until he woke up, noticed the gruesome situation the room was in, and let out a scream. Nothing happened in that room. So you have no need to worry. Battler-san isn't the culprit. He's just the charming first discoverer who entered the murder scene without realizing it was one and slept until morning.
That's insane! It shouldn't be possible for you to prove that with those seals you love so much. How can you prove this?
That's ridiculous. Oh, excuse me. That's ridiculous. At that time, I entered the room alone. Erica probably went to her room, too. How can she say something like that as though she saw the whole thing?
She never said she saw it. The room Erica was assigned to. Where was it located?
Erica, please tell me. I forgot. How can you prove so much about Battler? Are you some sort of freak? Are you a creep? Are you a weirdo?
I'd expect no less from a true detective.
My room was right next to the cousin room. There was only a single thin wall between them.
You don't mean... You put your ear against the wall to check what was happening in the cousin room?
Yes, my ears are perfect. Right after Battler-san entered the room, I put my ear against the wall and checked to make sure nothing strange happened.
You said you could prove that nothing happened until Battler let out a scream the next morning. You don't mean...
I love it how even Lambda Delta's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you fucking like, I don't think we see that face of hers that often.
Yeah.
She's just like, are you, what the shit?
Yeah.
Yes, I put my ear against the wall and listened in on that room until morning without sleeping a wink.
Everyone was stunned into silence.
Because I'm a freak!
I'm a weirdo.
Furudo Erika is a freak. This is true.
I don't have the authority to say it.
Yeah, that's true. You've
Beto has
constructed
lost the authority.
it. Fuck. No, well, appropriate. Fuck. That was good.
No, that was the right one.
That's weird.
That was the right one to hit.
Furudo Erika is a freak.
She put her ear against the wall, and for the entire time until morning, she listened to what was going on in Battler's room. Just what would that have looked like? Until dawn, she had killed her breathing in a pitch-black room, clinging to the wall shared with the cousin room, like some kind of creepy, venomous spider clinging to the wall of a darkened room. They love to bring in the spider imagery whenever anyone is defeating Beidou.
Spiders kill butterflies.
The thing about the Lady Love Dies and Furudo Erika swap is that there's so much beauty to be seen there. When love dies, all that remains are the facts. Berncastle alone was grinning in triumph.
Due to the progression of the game, I realized that Battler, the one who had received the head's ring, would be a key player. I was sure that Battler would be a victim of the first Twilight.
Yes. So, just as my master told me to do, I put my ear against the wall until morning without a wink of sleep, checking to make sure nothing unusual happened.
Erika has a photographic memory, and her hearing ability is on par with a tape recorder. It would have been impossible for him to deceive Erika's ears, either to kill George and the others, or to make those wounds on their throats.
It was impossible for Battler to commit the crime. Damn. It's like almost half our arrows have been shot out of the air.
Someone's broken into our quiver and snapped half of our arrows.
Yeah, goddamn.
It's an accepted power of the detective's authority.
But what about her reproduction of what she heard? Also perfect. She can do impressions.
I have no choice but to acknowledge it. I'll confirm it in red. Ushidamiya Battler returned to the cousin room at 3 a.m. and fell asleep. After that, until the discovery of the crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in that room.
In other words, it was impossible for Battler to commit murder or damage the corpses.
The red from the pair forced Beato to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. Those red truths not only guaranteed Battler's alibi, but a number of other things as well. First off, it meant the murder was impossible for anyone after 3 a.m. And since the cousins were confirmed to be alive as late as 2400, the time period of the crime automatically became between 2400 and 3 o'clock. That meant the alibis for all people who weren't in the guest house before 3 a.m. had also been guaranteed automatically. It is impossible for the crime to have occurred after 3 o'clock. We still got him. 6 arrows left, let's go.
That one hurts a lot.
After 2400, Erika was in the guest house the whole time, so it should have been difficult for her to prove alibis for all of the people in the mansion.
It should have been almost impossible to prove alibis for Ava and the others. But now all she has to do is prove that they had never visited the guest house between 2400 and 3. And she can prove those alibis. Anyway, we'll have to construct it so that the murders were possible before 3 a.m.
I love this Beato face because there's something really bratty looking about it that I the way that it's used is always very funny to me.
And we have proof that it was possible for one of the people in the mansion to do it.
I feel like we're leaving out the all-important their next just did that. This is very true. Have we considered that their next just did that?
Blood knife theory.
Blood knife theory?
Grace, do you want to tell us about blood knife theory?
Please. Does blood knife theory pertain to this?
Yes.
Oh,
I think.
please. Small bombs in necks, this is true.
Mine does it all the time.
They got itchy. Did I tell you I woke up this morning with a bug bite on my neck?
Oh my god.
Haven't been enjoying that.
Aw, you don't feel great about itching your neck anymore?
It's like an inch away from my jugular. It's great. the people who had been in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before 2400. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3 o'clock. In other words, there was no way for the murders to happen unless someone from the mansion committed the crime between 2400 and 3 o'clock. Is it possible that someone in the mansion committed the crime between 2400 and 3 o'clock? In order to protect Natsuhi, she had to establish that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch had to prove that a human had committed the crime. Still, this is getting pretty difficult. Till 3 o'clock, Erika was in the lounge. And you have to pass through there to reach the second floor. In other words, she's practically like a manager for the guest house's second floor.
This tactic may be a bit overused, but if it was possible for someone to go up to the second floor without Erika noticing, we should be able to prove that the crime was possible for anyone.
Grace, I'm so glad you can present Blood Knife. I have not shared very many of your, like, specific blue truths with the people. So this is going to be a demonstration of twisted logic, the likes of which
The world has never
you're
seen.
not ready for.
It's probably possible for a human to climb up to a second-story window if they really wanted to.
Could there possibly be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge Erika was in? Of course, Beato had also thought of striking back that way. And Bernkastel must have thought this as well.
Battler Nanjo Goda Kumasawa, we realize that the crime was impossible for all of these people in the guest house. However, what about the humans in the mansion?
As I have already said, and as my master has even proclaimed with the red truth, I was in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house. And to reach the second floor, one must pass through the lounge. In other words, it was impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it.
And what if that wasn't impossible? For example, what if someone had placed a ladder against the outer wall of the guest house and snuck in through a second-story window? There must be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. That way it would be possible to reach the crime scene without you seeing it.
Pretend this was set in blue. Before 2400, any culprit could have frozen molds of blood to form blades, and attached them to the ceiling in the cousin room, timing them to melt enough to fall directly onto the cousin's necks without needing to enter or make a sound.
I love you, Blood Knife Theory.
Beato finally struck back. Before now, she'd let Erika take total control and attack her with the red over and over. During that time, Beato's counterattacks with the Blue Truth had been few in number, even including this one.
Of course, I knew you'd try saying that. I couldn't have my lookout in the lounge become meaningless. So first, I must prove that my lookout was perfect. First off, because of how the guest house is constructed, it's impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it from the lounge.
I had a theory like that for the second game. That's so beautiful. Grace, was Ice Knife an episode 2 theory? Don't you still have a valid Ice Knife Blue Truth for the second game? Yeah. Yeah, you have an Ice Knife solution, I think, for something in game 2. And I think that's beautiful.
There are no places undercover, nor are there any physical or mental blind spots.
Oh yeah, I poked at the Ice Knife Theory and until it became Blood Knife.
Yeah, that's really good. It's an Ice Knife in episode 2 with Blood Knife in episode 5.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's incredible.
My master, repeat it.
It is impossible for someone to reach the second floor of the guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing it. Though, of course, this only refers to reaching the second floor from inside the building.
Good, my master. So, next is Lady Beatrice's theory that there might be a way to reach the second floor from the outside. This really is a problem. After all, there are trees. that could probably be
There are
climbed.
trees.
After all, there are trees. There are trees that could probably be climbed, and someone could have used a ladder. Even crawling up the rain gutter can't be ruled out as impossible. But I can't let you do that.
You won't let me. And how's that? Did you stay up all night circling the guest house? No, you couldn't do that. You're in the lounge. From the lounge, you can only see a small part of the outer perimeter through the window.
That's true. I couldn't prevent all methods of climbing up to the second floor from the outside. However, I was able to prevent all entry to the second floor.
Prevent entry?
I had already foreseen this move. How terrifying that she would be so persistent.
Because of how the guest house is constructed, the windows are the only method of entry from the outside to the second floor. The locks, not important at all. I only had to prove that none of the windows or shutters were opened even once. After I witnessed the location of the hidden gold, I returned to the guest house and immediately began severing all methods of entry to the second floor of the guest house that didn't pass through the lounge. Yes, it's exactly the same. No different from the rest.
Don't tell me. You used that seal of yours on all of the windows of the guest house? In that weather? Dressed like that?
Well, I did have my swimsuit from when I drifted here.
You're insane! At a house where you were welcomed as a guest, you did something like that in the middle of the rain? Even though nothing had happened yet?
For a normal human, it would have been an action so suspicious as to be completely impossible. However, she is the witch's piece.
A swimsuit doesn't make it better. No, it doesn't.
Part of Erica's special references this, where
In Golden Fantasia.
In Golden Fantasia, where she climbs up a wall in a swimsuit and looks in a window,
Holding packing tape.
holding packing tape. That's only
And
part of
she makes a scary face through the window, yeah.
the other half of her special references something else.
Yeah. Gotta go, need to pick up the biggest bottle to pop when people are normal to Natsuhi. So true. In the middle of all that rain, Erica sealed all the windows from the outside. Have a good one!
Bye-bye!
To create an alibi showing that no one could have snuck into
Crank
the
it
guest
thrice.
house from the outside. May you crank it thrice. She climbed up the wall herself, and did that to all the windows on the first and second floor. No, to all things that could possibly have permitted entry. Although after hearing that she'd listened to the cousin room all night long without even sleeping a wink, this new bizarre action didn't seem quite so impossible. This had probably also looked like a venomous spider. A disgusting spider crawling over the outside guest house wall during a storm.
You... Just what do you think of this Ushiromea family? Is this how you repay us for welcoming you as a guest?
To a detective, the Ushiromia family is nothing more or less than the stage upon which the crime occurs. Before the outbreak of the crime, it was important for me to memorize the names of the characters, memorize the layout of the land, and prepare for the upcoming crime by devoting my time towards collecting and creating all possible alibis.
Why didn't she do it from the inside? Probably because it would have been visible and suspicious from the inside, and maybe there were people in those rooms at the time that she couldn't have gotten into them. This was a way for her to do it without anybody knowing about it, specifically so that she could pull this bullshit right now in the trial. That's my guess. She's also insane.
From my perspective, detectives who don't prepare anything before the outbreak of the crime are pretty third-rate. After all, we all know that someone will die wherever we spend the night.
Furthermore, at the time the crime was discovered, Erica confirmed that none of those seals had been broken. That's why Erica wasn't the first one to reach the cousin room when the corpses were found. Even without inspecting the corpses, she could be certain of several things thanks to the red truth.
That's likely true, but I'd love it if it was that she did not think of that because of her freak nature. This is equally credible.
Yeah.
This too is truth.
My master is perfect. All I did was prove everything perfectly by following my master's orders.
Or Berncastle told Erica to do it that way because she's mean to her.
Yeah.
Third possible theory, equally viable as the ones before it.
Well done, Erica. My double, my piece. What do you think, Lambda? Doesn't this prove that Erica's lookout in the lounge contains absolute reliability as far as constructing alibis?
Absolute mention. There is no way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. I know that in Japanese, Lambda's title is the Witch of the Absolute, or something more similar to that in meaning. So every now and again they say absolute, and I'm like, I wonder. I like when Burn makes a fucked up face like that, it's good.
Yeah, I'll acknowledge it. Erica, your seal is perfect. I'll acknowledge it in red. It was impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge. And impossible to reach it all without Erica. Reach it at all without Erica, who is in the lounge, knowing about it.
Burn has some of the best faces in the competition as Stiff, that's true. The thing about Burn that makes her faces so good is that she really holds off on it. She has like a very small number of sprites that she actually uses most of the time. So when she busts out the freak shit like that, you know something's going on.
Thank you very much, Lady Lambda Delta. So, you know what's coming next, Great Lady Beatrice. Therefore, the time of the crime is limited to the single hour between 2400, when they were confirmed to be alive, and 1 a.m., when our party in the lounge started. I've already said it, but at 2400, I went down to the lounge, hit it off with Dr. Nanjo, and was engrossed by a discussion of the mystery genre in the library until 1 a.m. It's a bit embarrassing, but I grew so wrapped up in that discussion that I wouldn't have noticed if anyone had passed through the corridor during that period. Quite a regretful mistake for a detective.
After doing all that maneuvering and setting up seals to guarantee a perfect alibi, she became too engrossed in a mystery discussion and left an opening? Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. It almost seems like it's the other way around. It's enough to make you think that this was an intentional trap. To make it clear to all that only Natsuhi didn't have an alibi between 2400 and 1 o'clock.
In other words, it paradoxically means this. The only ones who could have reached the cousin room and committed the crime are those characters who have no alibi between 2400 and 1 o'clock.
Her eyes clearly hinted that Natsuhi was the only one who fit this description. It is only possible for the crime to have occurred between 2400 and 1 o'clock. Four more arrows!
We got this!
It should have been a crime whose time and location were completely unknown during that long night. But because of the alibis Erica had constructed, it had been limited to the time period between 2400 and 1 o'clock. Erica left the cousin room at 2400. That marks the last confirmation that George and the others were alive. And after the party in the lounge started at 1 o'clock, it was impossible to reach the cousin room by any method.
Damn, huh? And from a mere human.
This is quite bad. The night has been sealed up into an hour, and at this rate, there won't be many suspect pieces left.
Damn it, Lady Berncastle. Nicely done.
Unlike Battler, I'm not an idiot. After watching this game 5 times, I've got more than enough cards in my hand.
Then let us continue. Let's examine the alibis of the remaining suspects, the people in the mansion. After all, we only have to worry about the single hour between 2400 and 1 o'clock. That shouldn't be difficult at all. Let's start with 2400. At this time, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji are in the second floor corridor, and all of the others are in the first floor dining hall. This has already been shown by my master's Red.
Yeah, that's right. At 2400, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji were in the corridor on the second floor of the mansion. The rest of them were in the dining hall on the first floor. And as you know, there was a mysterious knock, and a letter with the one-wing seal on it appeared. The discussion surrounding that continued on until 1 o'clock. I will say it with the red truth. Of all the people in the dining hall, not one of them left the dining hall until 1 a.m.
Excluding Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji, none of the people in the mansion left the mansion before 1 o'clock. Well, since the possible times for the crime had been limited to between 2400 and 1 o'clock, the adults in the family conference who were confirmed not to have left the mansion between 2400 and 1 o'clock all had proven alibis.
And how do you intend to prove that? Erica's in the guest house. Did someone prove it by using one of your favorite seals on the dining hall door? You have no convincing evidence or proof.
The red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to provide evidence, proof, or room for a counter-argument. You made that rule.
This overbearing red truth hadn't only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall. It also gave alibis to Shannon and Cannon, who had come to serve tea, and even guaranteed that they never left the dining hall. In other words, the only ones who didn't have proven alibis were these three, Natsuhi, Kraus, and Genji. No, there were only 2 left. If Kraus and Genji had their alibis proven, it proves that no one but Natsuhi could have been the culprit.
Let's do Genji next. He's a victim, but you can't deny the possibility that he committed the crime in the cousin room and then was killed himself. And furthermore, though he was in the second floor corridor at 2400, he then returned to the servant room to transfer the call for Natsuhi and was completely isolated.
Was the crime also possible for Genji, who was in the mansion?
Which means it was possible for Genji to commit the...
I'll say it in red. When Genji finished transferring the call, he immediately returned to the waiting room. That's just a cold, hard truth, without any evidence, proof, seals, or alibis. Got it?
Then, at 1 a.m., there was another break in the family conference, and Rosa returned to the guest house. At that time, I'm truly thankful for your cooperation, Ushinomiya Eva-san. Please rise.
You put that smile away.
Erika-chan wasn't the only one, okay? I was also certain that something would happen that night.
She's the person who taught me how to make those seals. And she helped me to check the alibis of those people under suspicion.
During the break at 1 a.m., I went to Genji-san's waiting room and used the same seal as Erika-chan. In other words, if that wasn't broken, it would mean no one entered or left the room between 1 a.m. and the next morning.
The murder of Genji is also limited to the span between 2400 and 1 o'clock.
Now, Kanan-san and Kumisawa-san, please rise.
Kanon rose expressionlessly, and Kumasawa got to her feet timidly.
In the morning, you two went to wake Genji-san because he had slept in, right? And at that time, you noticed that the door was sealed, broke the seal, and opened the door, correct?
Yes! I thought it was some kind of prank! I didn't think deeply about it at the time.
I'm not asking for your opinions, just give us the facts. Did you break the seal and enter the room?
Yes. Yes!
With the red truth, I'll guarantee that Eva, Kanon, and Kumasawa's statements just now are the truth. At 1 a.m., Eva sealed Genji's waiting room, and that seal was broken by Kanon and Kumasawa in the morning when the crime was discovered. This'll be a pain, so I'll add on some more. During the short break at 1 a.m., the first two to leave the dining hall were Rosa and Eva. Until Eva returned, everyone in the dining hall remained there. After seeing Rosa off, Eva went to the waiting room and sealed it. Of course, she did not enter the room at all at this time.
This is all information gathered from the people involved. It isn't a red truth without a basis. It's a truth due to proper reasoning constructed from testimony. Not only testimony, but the limits of scientific investigation such as collecting fingerprints were used here. After all, Kinzo-san's study is a treasure vault with all kinds of chemicals. I obtained all sorts of results to create an ultimate truth, infinitely close to a red truth. This isn't a science mystery, so I'll spare you the details.
As Erika swaggered around the cathedral, she arrogantly touted her scientific knowledge. She had thorough knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinzo's study and had used them to conduct a scientific investigation, which had now been acknowledged and made into a red truth by Bernkastel. All kinds of chemicals. He has every chemical. She didn't explain the details, but she had obtained results that were convincing even without the red truth. Collecting fingerprints with aluminum powder, component analysis of the mud under someone's shoe, and various chemical reactions from the clean rainwater. Erika just walked into someone's study several times, and used several chemicals however she pleased, all without asking the family's permission. However, no one could fault her for this. The pieces couldn't hinder any action the detective might take for the investigation. That's the power of the detective's authority.
You act like you own the place. From now on, I'll tell everyone that I meet if someone claims to be a detective, never welcome them into your house as a guest.
That's probably a good idea. Giving shelter to a detective is just about the worst omen of misfortune out there.
Because of this, it has been proven that it was only possible to reach Genji's waiting room and commit the crime between 2400 and 1 a.m. And furthermore, by Erika's investigation, it has been proven that it was impossible for Genji to reach the cousin room.
It had already been made clear in red that, after transferring the phone call to Natsuhi, Genji had gone straight back to the waiting room. And because of that, Erika's scientific investigation, further red had been added, saying Genji never left the mansion after 2400. Because of this, it's been made clear that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin room. Genji has an alibi. We got two more.
We got
We got 'em.
this.
Now, only Kraus and Natsuhi remain. Everyone else has had their alibis proven, haven't they?
Impossible.
Natsuhi's mouth flapped open and shut like a suffocating goldfish. And that's an accurate analogy. Natsuhi's mind was blank and spinning out of control, and she felt as though she really would suffocate.
Yoshiramiya Natsuhi, I'll give you one last chance. Confess that all of the crimes were the work of your husband.
Oh, do I look like the kind of woman who would falsely accuse her husband?
Pero, Natsuhi's denied it. I'll give you the same chance. You understand, right? Oh wait, don't tell me. You aren't going to take advantage of the fact that Kraus is missing to try and pull a devil's proof on me, are you?
Was the crime also possible for Kraus, who was in the mansion? Beato realized that they were rapidly approaching the end of this battle. Normally, Beato should have been able to argue against these alibis of Erica's in several ways using the blue truth. However, all of those alibis had been accepted by Bernkastel and Lambda Delta as red truth, and Beato no longer had any room to argue. It's like those witches are distorting things, so that they match with the plotline Erica's drawn up.
That's right. If the Game Master, Lady Lambda Delta, accepts the truth, its authenticity will not be questioned. The world that comes after will be formed based on the final remaining truth. This happens no matter how far this final truth is from the real truth.
There's no way Uncle Kraus is the culprit. He's being held prisoner somewhere. Wait. We can't deny the possibility that Natsuhi was skillfully tricked into believing that during the phone call.
Do you suspect Natsuhi and Kraus, Battler-kun?
Well,
Erica's truth has been constructed in a cowardly fashion, but it is a proper truth. Though the witches did conspire with her, it still has been acknowledged as a red truth. In other words, it cannot be a fake truth built solely on lies. This means that even Erica's truth is supported by logic. The truth about Natsuhi and Kraus being culprits is also very possible. Even if it's a mixture of truth and lies, it makes sense logically. It's a mixture of truth and lies that is just as valuable as truth is. Which of those two truths will you believe? That is up to you to decide.
no. I'll trust Aunt Natsuhi and Uncle Kraus. I realize they're in some money trouble. But even so, I don't want to believe that they're the culprits. No, I can't believe it.
On this game board, where the red is steadily quartering Natsuhi, how do you intend to let her escape?
I don't know. However, I seriously don't want to give up. And Natsuhi was just caught in a cowardly trap. Erica's reasoning has fallen for that trap completely. So whether it's intentional or she's being manipulated, Erica is aiding the true culprit. Erica has accused Natsuhi of being the culprit, but even if everyone here believes that, in fact, for that very reason, I want to be the one person who trusts Aunt Natsuhi.
If everyone believes it's her, will that become the truth? If everyone accepts a lie, will that become the truth? Must an honest person be dragged up to the guillotine all alone and taunted by liars?
I don't like it. If no one else will believe in Aunt Natsuhi, then I will. The real truth isn't something that's determined when everyone accepts it. It's something you find after thoroughly investigating both possibilities. So this trial is a downright lie. This trial exists for no reason other than to set Aunt Natsuhi up as the culprit. Edo is doing all she can to plead Natsuhi's case, right? Or no, sorry, that was a Vergilia line, I think.
Beato is doing all she can to plead Natsuhi's case, right?
Wrong. Beato is trying to refute Erica's argument. She's just defending. You can't fight in this trial by simply resisting all of your opponent's claims. This is why Beato always cornered me in the past. She isn't gonna beat Erica by finding flaws in her reasoning. She has to find a different truth and show Lambda Delta, the commander of this game, that her truth is more correct than Erica's.
Can anyone create a truth where Natsuhi isn't the culprit? Without violating the red truths that Lady Bernkastel has shown?
I don't know. But as long as I don't believe that Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit, there's got to be a different truth. It's even okay if the culprit for the crime was a witch. It's better than having Natsuhi be framed by an incorrect truth.
So no matter how much red truth you are shown, you won't believe that Natsuhi is the culprit, correct?
Yeah. For all things, there should always be some people who believe and some who don't. No matter how much evidence is stacked up against her, someone has to believe that she's innocent. There must be several truths in the world that cannot be proven with evidence. I don't ever want to accept that something's true just because everyone says it is.
How can you be sure that there's nothing on the backside of the moon if you've never seen it? Is there some reason that you have to believe it? Until you see the back of the moon with your own eyes, you can deny neither the possibility that nothing's there at all, nor the possibility that there's a thriving culture of space bunnies. You should never assume something is the truth until you actually check it. This court is a malicious thing, trying to force a single interpretation on a truth that cannot be checked. I believed there was a civilization on the backside of the moon, but that was in elementary school, and I was made fun of and laughed at. So I thought it was embarrassing to think that a civilization lived on the moon, and I threw away that belief. I'd been told by a book my mom read me that rabbits lived on the backside of the moon, so I believed that for a long, long time. But when everyone said it was wrong, I abandoned that truth without even trying to check it. Even without evidence, I abandoned the truth I believed in. And now, everyone is starting to believe that Aunt Natsuki is the culprit, even though no decisive evidence has been shown. Even without evidence, Erika's words sound reasonable, so they're probably the truth? Is that why you're throwing away your belief that Aunt Natsuki is innocent despite a lack of proof? No one else will believe. Then I will! I believe the real truth only appears if you look with both eyes, one denying and one affirming. No matter how much she tries to make us believe that Aunt Natsuki is the culprit, I believe she isn't. I won't abandon that belief. I'm trying to remember my Moonchild belief. I know it was funny. It was cheese adjacent, but decidedly not cheese.
Egg.
If you're... Egg. Egg moon.
Moon is an egg.
Moon is an egg. Virgilia?
Fuck. Understood. Then I will give you just a single red truth. I will give this single bit of power to you, now that you possess the will to fight in the truest sense.
I might have to give up on the Battler voice for the rest of this stream. He's hurting me too bad. Because it's him or Erika, and I'm not giving up the Erika.
Well, I think when Battler starts taking a step forward, Erika steps back a little bit, I think, so...
That's true. Even still, he's shredding me.
Yeah, Beto is killing me right now.
Yeah. Power.
By the name of the finite witch Virgilia. No. As the former witch Beatrice, I will grant you this red truth. Ushinomiya Natsuhi is not the culprit.
A plea bargain. If you acknowledge that Kraus is the culprit, Erika will suspend her pursuit of Natsuhi. From then on, the investigation will proceed assuming that Kraus, whose location is unknown, is the culprit.
What'll you do, Beto? At this rate, Natsuhi's in serious trouble, right? Will you accept the plea bargain? If you're willing to abandon the Sushirimiya family honor thing, Brain will be kind enough to let you get off with a draw, okay?
That's such a good red truth. Just to be like, here, reader, I'm gonna throw you this. She's not the culprit. Now solve it. Figure out how. And it's so good. Because these are... The red truths that are used are very mean. Episode 5 is very difficult, I would say. Despite claiming to be... Is episode 5 the one that claims to be fairly easy?
Yeah.
It's
like
not.
The culprit has already been cornered. What? There's nothing left to do.
Yeah, no. I mean... Listen, lying about the difficulty level of a When They Cry episode has been a time-honored tradition for as
Ever.
long as When They Cry has existed. Well, Higurashi doesn't really lie, but
It does get weird.
yeah.
Episode 3 truly is the worst.
Yeah, Arc 3 of Higurashi's difficulty level is described as being the worst, and it is. But yeah, I think it's funny that, like, Umineko doesn't have the same kind of, like, esoteric difficulty levels, but it does say shit, like, fairly easy when it's literally not. Episode 5 is probably the hardest one to solve once you've gotten the, like, core mysteries figured out, I would say. Kraus is currently missing, and it's unknown whether he's alive or dead. Like Kinzo, he's no different than a cat in a box that has disappeared into the mists of the island. A cat inside a box is unfixed, and no interpretation of it can be denied. It is the root of endless interpretations, the true source of the Endless Witch's power. In other words, no matter how much Bernkastel claims that Kraus is the culprit, she can't make that the sole truth. In other words, the Kraus did we just get 2 in other words in a row, baby? Let's go! In other words, the Kraus culprit theory and the witch theory can be in almost perfect balance. It would mean making the game a draw. This was cajolery, offering her a second chance if she abandons the honor of the family she swore to protect, and consents to a fragment that stomps all over that honor. There's no room for false confidence. For Beato, to lose is to die. In this game, she should always choose a draw unless she has an overwhelming advantage.
I won't allow you to treat my husband like a culprit! My husband is the successor to the Oshirmia family headship, the only person who will inherit the glory of the Oshirmia family. I will never let you treat him like a criminal! Are you sure, Nazi? If you refuse to suspect Kraus, then you'll be the only one left. Alibis have been proven for everyone else. In other words, Hempel's Raven. Even without any evidence, it will be determined that you are the culprit. And if I'm the only one left, then what? I am Oshirimi Nazi. I will not run or hide. I am innocent. And I am the representative of the noble head with the one-winged eagle engraved into my heart. If you wish to insult me, go ahead. If you wish to ridicule me, do as you please. No one can damage my honor with a mixture of truth and lies.
With a dignified voice, Natsuhi stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response of hers might have been exactly what Bernkastel had intended.
Natsuhi refuses the deal. And you, Beato? You understand, right? The instant Natsuhi is specified as the culprit, Lambda will make her verdict. As soon as that happens, the illusion of the witch will be denied, and you'll disappear into the mist. Do you plan to let Natsuhi's foolish bragging drag you down to the depths of hell?
Do we want to take a quick break before proceeding?
Sure.
We're making good pace. We're moving at a good clip here. I think we're gonna get through what we need to get through tonight, so that's good. Gamers, have snack, get beverage. We will return for more very soon. Thank y'all for hanging out. See you soon. Hi.
Hi, besties.
Welcome back for more of Umineko being really normal.
Normal Neko.
Normal Neko, that's what they call it. Regular cat, I guess.
Meow.
Meow. All you, boss.
Fuck. Nietzsche, you fought well. I forgot her voice for a second. This is our chance. Convince Nazi and try to work out with a compromise.
Both Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Bernkastel have boredom, not you, as their true enemy. They probably want to have this game repeat and play some more. If they see that you're willing to make a concession, they will most likely accept it gladly and move on to the next game.
If we move on to the next game, then what will happen to Nazi of this game? The Nazi of this fragment? Now isn't the time to be worrying about that, right?
Rare gopface.
Nazi is just a piece. Even if she gets removed from this game, she'll show up again in the next one.
But that doesn't apply to you, milady. I believe you know what Lady Bernkastel plans for this game. It's a more realistic goal to make use of that and aim for victory in the next game instead.
Accepting Lady Berncastle's deal might be our one and only good option right now.
Throw away that useless pad of yours. Neither Kasparov nor Deep Blue won every game. The person that wins the more games wins in the end, right? For which gets too attached to a single match, a single laugh, a single piece, that which dies.
I finally watched enough chess videos on YouTube to know what both of those refer to.
I don't.
Kasparov is a very famous chess player, I think widely regarded by many as like one of, if not the best chess player of all time. And Deep Blue is, I think, one of the first really good chess computers.
Mm-hmm. My apologies, but I cannot do that.
Welcome back to the sicko window, Grace.
Bye. Hi. I know the strength of a man who believed even though everyone said he was wrong. And I know the suffering he went through when he was forced to abandon that belief. I will not abandon Natsuhi. Why? Because if someone else suspects Natsuhi, then someone has to believe in her. Because truth can only be found in the gap between those who doubt and those who believe.
Deep Blue was the first to beat Kasparov, and he was a grandmaster, if I recall correctly. That sounds right, yeah. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Deep Blue, it's considered the first, like, really good chess computer because it was the first one to beat a chess grandmaster. Mm-hmm. It was, like, the first one to beat a human player that was, like, really, really good. And, yeah, Kasparov is, even outside of that, just a very famous chess player. Sorry, I just hear crinkling from behind me.
I won't abandon her! Even if everyone believes that Nazi is the culprit, I will still claim that I, the witch, am the culprit. If I can't even make that claim, my existence isn't worth anything. I cannot lose. The truth isn't something anyone gets to deny. Only when you doubt and abandon yourself does it disappear.
Is that your answer, Beato?
Yeah, of course I refuse. Ushinomiya Kraus is not the culprit.
Ushinomiya Kraus is not the culprit. I do like that we ourselves shatter that one by choosing to throw out that arrow.
Fool. I won't let you take that back, okay? Here's what you get for being a quick-tempered moron. By the name of Berncastle, Witch of Miracles, I speak with the red truth. Ushinomiya Kraus is not the culprit. And he was killed long ago, shortly after you heard his voice over the phone. Get it?
Berncastle's cruel and ruthless red blade gouged Natsuhi. It was totally merciless. Natsuhi had been crushed with uncertainty, not knowing whether Kraus was alive or dead, but she had still been capable of believing that he was alive. And now, that hope, that expectation, had been crushed, without any chance for a miracle. She had thrown herself into this trap out of concern for her husband's safety. She had now lost her daughter and husband, and everything she had gained since marrying into the Ushinomiya family. No, even after all this, one thing still remains. If her husband has been lost, then right now, she is the last person who can protect the honor of the Ushinomiya family. She still couldn't let it end here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsuhi would do all she could to protect that honor. With this final bit of strength.
Nope. It's all over. It's been determined with the red truth, and none of the remaining people in the dining hall left that room until 1 a.m. In other words, alibis have already been proven for everyone except Natsuhi.
Everyone in the mansion besides Natsuhi has an alibi.
This sucks.
Well done, Erica and Berncastle. You've fully proven that the crime was impossible for everyone except Ushirimi and Natsuhi.
Yeah, just doing the teeth for one frame was such a good... It was really good.
Why don't we start reading aloud from the verdict? At 2400 on October 4th, 1986, the defendant Ushirimi and Natsuhi left before the others while pretending to return to their room to sleep, and murdered George, Jessica, Marita, Rosa, and Genji one after another during the 1 hour period before 1 a.m.
Let me tack something on. Due to circumstantial evidence, include the murder of Kraus.
Yeah, that's right. In this situation, it's unthinkable that anyone except Natsuhi could kill Kraus. A reversion to the verdict. During the hour before 1 a.m., Kraus, George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji were killed one after another. It's only possible for any of these murders to have taken place before 2401
Between, not before.
Yeah.
The only person without an alibi during this time was Ushirimi and Natsuhi. From this point forward, the defendant will be treated as the true culprit. Furthermore, because it has been fully proven that the crime was possible for humans, Beatrice, the Endless Witch, this court of illusion hereby denies your existence. You'll be given a chance to plead your case, but can you prove an alibi for Natsuhi? Or can you prove that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi? If you do that, Natsuhi will stop being the one shade short of absolute guilty.
We'll stop at being one shade short.
And the denial of your existence will be put on hold for this game.
All of Berncastle's cruelty is just so unnecessary. It's really excellently done. Yeah, she loves to, like, I mean, you even see that much earlier in this very game where the first time she denies, she goes like,
Oh, well, all I see is Natsuhi sitting alone by herself.
like, just to deny something that made her happy that has nothing to do with the game. And even Battler's like, come on, man.
You didn't need to do that. What the heck?
Yeah, it's so good that she just will tack on stuff just to be petty and cruel and vile, just to see how much she can pin on this one person, this one innocent person. It's so good. If Natsuhi had an alibi, Beato would have shown it long ago. In fact, wasn't the whole point of that trap to make her lose her alibi?
Even if her alibi is not proven, I will believe in Natsuhi's innocence.
It's also so fucked that it's very clear that basically Natsuhi being scapegoated as the culprit was fundamentally decided from the start. Like, the plan from the beginning was, like, for Erika's behavior to leave this specific gap so that Natsuhi would be the only one that she couldn't prove innocent. Like, it's so calculated, and it's so, like... I think one of the things that Erika speaks to as a character is, like, the type of reader who has just such a one-track mind about, like, trying to beat the game and win at it by, like, having the perfect theory the first time, and just drive home on that theory and only that theory, and molding your understanding of everything to only fit to that. It's so... It's kind of... The answer arcs are, I think, when you start to see Rikishi, like...
Rikishi off the shits.
Yeah, discuss some of his readers through his own writing, and some of his, like... Not even specifically his own readers always, but just, like, readers of stories in general that are uncharitable or, like, not engaging with a story on the terms it asks to be engaged with. I think it's very... It's a very, like, potent and a little bit in your face kind of thing that he's doing here. By saying it's like, yes, okay, if you look at the facts in a very specific way, technically you can say Natsuhi did it, but, like, come on.
No matter how much you try to pin your fake truth on her, I am the true culprit. Natsuhi is innocent, even without any proof. The truth is known only by the master of the night on this island, Beatrice the Golden. I am Nushirmiya Natsuhi. Now that my husband has passed away, I am the head of the Ushirmiya family. My determination will not bend, no matter how much you try and humiliate me. Why, you ask? It is because Father gave me permission to engrave the family crest of the one-winged eagle into my heart. How do you intend to disprove the existence of this honor with your evidence and your alibis? You cannot! The Ushirmiya family crest engraved into my heart is immortal.
She likes saying her own name because she's very proud of what her last name is. Despite not really being accepted all the way into the family, she is very proud to be an Ushiramiya. Now that Natsuhi and Beatrice had practically been placed on the guillotine, they cried out with all the strength of their determination. However, that did nothing but bring a cold smile to Lambda Delta's face. Erica had constructed a truth that Lambda Delta could accept, and no one could construct a more convincing truth to deny Erica's. In that case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and become the one and only truth. Even if it happened to be different from the real truth, the truth of those in the past is swallowed up by the truth of those in the future. This can happen even for a mixture of truth and lies, as long as everyone acknowledges it as true. Facts and truth are not the same! This particular section is one of many reasons that between episodes 4 and 5 was the single most perfect time to play Paradise Killer. Because goddamn.
Sheesh, stop howling already. I like it best when witches sob and beg for their lives when they're about to be burned at the stake. When they try and bluff like you do, it's such a killjoy. In that case, I guess I'll send you one final gift. A red truth to smash that bluff wide open.
What do you mean? Stop it, Lady Barcastle! Hasn't it already been overwritten with the truth you wished for? That truth and Natsuhi should be able to coexist. Please don't defile, please.
Natsuhi, when did Kinzo ever say it was okay for you to engrave the one-winged eagle into your heart? Those were just the words of the Kinzo from your delusions, weren't they? You know, the real Kinzo. Not once in his entire life did he ever trust you from the bottom of his heart. And not once did he ever consider letting you bear the family crest.
When that heartless announcement was made, Kinzo stood up.
Natsuhi, you need not listen to this. No one can defile the crest engraved in your heart. That is yours alone. Don't let your pride as the final family head be forgotten forever. Natsuhi!
Just shut up and disappear. You miserable delusion of Natsuhi's.
Who's lying? That's
Kinzo.
probably Kinzo.
Ah, you cannot erase me. You cannot erase my soul. Not as long as the crest is engraved into Natsuhi's heart.
That's enough, you lying illusion. The real Kinzo wouldn't say that. He would not fucking say that. Disappear. You, the illusion of Kinzo inside Natsuhi's mind, beautified by Natsuhi to suit her own purposes.
Natsuhi. Oh.
A bright red flash of lightning smashed Kinzo over and over again as he screamed. Then, He crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. The fierce emotion had left Kinzo's face. He had truly become like a wax model. And so, he would never again share kind words with Natsuhi. That's right. The true Kinzo never once trusted Natsuhi during his entire life. The true Kinzo never once considered allowing Natsuhi to bear the one-winged eagle. Like a doll with its yarn severed. Because, of course, Kinzo had already vanished before the start of the game. The Kinzo that appears in this game is nothing more than Natsuhi's delusion. Every part of this Kinzo who believed in Natsuhi and entrusted her with protecting the family honor was a phantom, created by Natsuhi.
Pitiful woman, you will now face the truth that you never gained Ushinomiya Kinzo's trust as long as he lived.
Natsuhi, don't cry. Kinzo entrusted the Ushirimiya family to you, right?
No, he didn't. Not only did he not entrust her with that, he never even said hello or met her gaze even once.
I'm not doing actual screaming out there.
Yeah. Natsuhi's cry was a mixture of sadness and many other emotions, and it echoed throughout the cathedral. Natsuhi could no longer stop her tears. Some last, faint element that had cheered her up until today, that had allowed her to endure as an Ushinomiya, as the wife to the head's representative, and as the final family head, had been torn to bits. Natsuhi no longer had anything left. Natsuhi could no longer allow herself to even call herself an Ushinomiya. Those difficult days, those painful days, those days where she still gave everything she could for the family she'd married into despite it all. The very few happy days among these. All of these flitted through her mind one after another, and disappeared. All of those once beautiful memories were then crushed by Berncastle's red truth, smashed to bits and scattered, plunged deep into her hands, and smeared red with mournful blood. It was the red of sadness and truth. Okay.
That is all. Just because the crime exists as it does, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika.
Girl, shut up.
What do you think, everyone?
Lambda Delta clapped. Then, a bit later, Berncastle also clapped, looking pleased. The expressionless, wax figure-like audience followed suit, and the unshakable verdict was welcomed with a great applause. And so, the truth of this tale was decided. This sucks. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. This song is so good, too. And, with one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. And the culprit is among these people. Whoa, whoa. In that case, it's conclusive, isn't it?
Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murder with magic, that is.
It was you? You killed George? Killed my husband? Why? Why? I didn't kill anyone. I didn't do it.
In a panic, and with a voice that was far from calm, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, Natsuhi denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. She stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Aunt Natsuhi, and said it one more time.
You're the culprit, Ushinomiya Natsuhi-san.
This is where we came into this game.
Yep,
This is where Battler starts being a player
yep.
after the verdict.
Red-faced and tear-streaked, Ava walked up to Natsuhi and grabbed her by the collar. Then, wordlessly, she slapped Natsuhi's cheek. Natsuhi, who had never been slapped in her life, was shocked by the taste of iron, which she was feeling for the first time. It turned into a scuffle between Ava and Natsuhi. Battler immediately tried to stop them, but Ava planted a sharp knee into Battler's gut and he doubled over.
Give them back! Give back George and my husband! Why did you kill them? You murderer! Murderer!
Sobbing, Ava kicked Natsuhi, who had fallen to the ground, over and over. Battler tried once more to cut in and stop them, but he was brushed aside. And after that, no one tried to stop them. Repeating her son and husband's names over and over, Ava kicked Natsuhi, and kicked her. Then she started grabbing whatever her eyes fell upon and throwing it. Natsuhi was hit with a steaming teacup, and a can of black tea whose tea leaves fell out all over her. She was kicked, her hair pulled and dragged up, her cheeks slapped so many times that it started to swell. No one tried to stop it. It wasn't because they were worried about Ava kicking them too. It was because they thought it an appropriate act of retribution for a person who had lost her beloved son and husband. A proper retribution. A proper truth. Everyone in the parlor accepted that Natsuhi was the culprit. They accepted the truth Erika claimed. So it became a proper truth, and Natsuhi was designated as the proper culprit. She had already lost the husband and daughter who might have protected her, and even Kinzo, who should have given her a final bit of strength, had already vanished like a bubble in the ocean of illusions. No longer would anyone protect her. No longer would anyone believe her. So she was now the true culprit. Ava's shoulders heaved with her heavy breathing. Apparently her anger still hadn't abated. Erika patted her shoulder and made Ava take a step back. Of course, this wasn't to protect Natsuhi from violence. It was to further humiliate Natsuhi, now that she had been branded as the culprit.
Natsuhi-san, I've solved 2 of the 3 riddles. The whodunit and the howdunit. The final riddle, the whydunit, must always be confessed by the culprit herself. Please follow the rules of the mystery genre and confess. By the way, Natsuhi-san, can I have your signature to put all this on my very good true crime podcast?
The whydunit refers to the motive.
If this was a third-rate mystery, you would let out a high-pitched laugh about now, confess to the crime, and start telling the story of her sad past. Don't tell me you intend to make me explain that part as well.
I am not the culprit! Someone believe me! I'd had my husband taken hostage, was threatened and fell into a trap!
Natsuhi, with her hair a mess and her face red and tear-streaked, protested to everyone. But no one met her gaze. Because it has already been resolved that Natsuhi was the culprit. Because Lambda Delta had acknowledged that the culprit of the tale was Natsuhi, and had woven it that way. None of the pieces would pay any heed to Natsuhi's, to the culprit's, words.
Natsuhi isn't the culprit! I am the Golden Witch Beatrice! I am the one who commands Rokenji was night and was reigned long since before the time you were all still scared in the dark!
Do you guys remember back in episode 2 when Battler tries to make Beatrice use the red truth on the game board and she taunts him by saying 1,000,000 times? It's something about the keys or something. But she says a red truth like a bunch of times, being like, see, the pieces can't hear me. There's nothing I can do, sorry. I just think this is a really fucked up reversal of that.
Why can't you just call it my sin? Why must you suspect not seeing? Acknowledge me! I committed all these crimes! There's no way a human is the culprit!
The illusion of the witch had already been crushed, and Beato's voice didn't reach anyone. The verdict had already been made. Everything had been decided.
No one can hear you. You're a phantom, a mere illusion. Go back to being a simple portrait. You're a faint phantom of a witch, born when Kinzo shared his illusion with his relatives. That is the truth chosen by this world. So, Great Lady Lambda Delta, now is the time for you to bury the ridiculous and foolish illusion that this witch claims is the truth.
Erica's voice is starting to hurt me in a really weird way. Because she doesn't hurt my throat. I'm finding that I have so much tension in my mouth when I speak as her that my tongue is getting sore doing her voice.
God.
Which is not something I've ever experienced before. But it's because I think it's because I hold my whole mouth very tensely when I do her voice.
Goodbye, Beatrice. I made you a witch expecting that you'd either become my friend or help distract me from my boredom. And you've answered to my expectations. The second one, that is.
Of course she would. Of course she would inflict a never before felt pain.
I am a witch. Even if Lady Lambda Delta doesn't acknowledge it, I am a witch.
Oh, sure, but you wouldn't really be capable of leaving if I hadn't become your guardian in the first place. Yep, this is game over for you. You'll be buried in accordance with the rules of your game board. What happens to the losers in your game again?
Beato has already shown that clearly in a previous game. You get made into a mound of living flesh before being tossed into the goat's dinner party and getting chewed to bits. Now there's a fitting end for you, Beatrice. And I did come all the way here just to hear the death cries of one as haughty as you.
One by one, a massive number of goat attendants slipped out from the shadows of the pillars and began to fill the cathedral. The goats paid no attention to Natsuhi, who was seated in the center, but the crowd completely enveloped her. From Beato's point of view up on the balcony, it probably looked like a huge boiling pot of goats.
That's right. The contract has been like this since the beginning.
Yep. Our contract said when you stopped entertaining me, you would relieve me of my boredom with your life. Come, strip the title of the witch from this woman and throw her into the pot of goats.
Suddenly, there were goats standing right behind Beato. They lifted her up roughly.
Let me hear some nice screams. You're the wine I've been fermenting all this time.
Then perhaps by refusing a request will be my final strike back at you.
Yeah, I made her say it. The best screams always come from a girl who's just said some tired line like that. Fall, Beatrice!
The goats carrying Beato no longer viewed her as their master. After holding her above the pod of clamoring goats, which were snorting heavily in anticipation, they threw Beato's slender body into the air. All at once, the squirming goats faced the heavens and raised their arms. It was almost as though they would be able to forget their pain for just a short while by devouring her flesh. As she flew through the air, Beato tried to smile boldly, but it was so stiff that it seemed even more pathetic, much to Berncastle's amusement.
I said so.
When Beato fell into the pot, the goats caught her. Of course, they didn't do it gently. The arms of countless goats pulled at her flesh to keep it for themselves. They tried to tear her to bits. It didn't have to be flesh. Hair, fingernails, shoes, even bits of her dress worked just fine. The mouths of those goats were the gateway into hell. However, Beato was too big to enter into that gateway, so they had to chew and tear her into bits small enough to fit into it. Beato let out a bold laugh. She laughed from inside the pot of goats. However, her expression was very different from the one she had wanted. It was an expression not of a witch, but of a single human yelling at the death throes. Then, the sea of goats parted. Dlanor leapt forward, slicing all the goats in her path with a single flash of her longsword. It was a clean slice, like cutting through butter. The goats were surprised by Dlanor's sudden appearance and stepped back. In the center, Beatrice cowered in tatters, sobbing.
What's this supposed to be? Dlanor, Inquisitor of Heresy?
My apologies, but I have something to say. There is someone who has an objection to this ruling. His name is Oshimia Rudolph.
Yeah.
Battler.
His name is fucking guess.
His name is Okanogi.
Here's how Okanogi can still win. Ooh, this is our first one in a while. Our first Golden Slaughter?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this one's Golden Slaughter.
It's been so long, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All of the goats stared at Battler.
Or the
Ooh,
other
it's a
Dream
remix.
End Discharger, I think. Or a Resurrected Recorder.
Okay. You would know better than me.
Or it's not Mirage Coordinator.
You know the ZTS tracks better than I do. Is that ZTS who does all those ones?
I think so. I think this is probably either Golden Slaughter or Resurrected Recorder, I think.
Hang on, I literally have the thing in front of me. I can look at this. We have the technology. It's Resurrected Replayer.
That's it, Resurrected Replayer. Because Resurrected Replayer is like a remix of all of the other ones
Uh-huh.
combined together, so it's
Yeah.
like more
It
cool.
has the Golden Slaughter introduction though, I think.
What is unsatisfactory about the court's ruling? Do you possess any new evidence or truth significant to request a retrial?
I get it. Dlanor is offering me a helping hand. If she hadn't jumped in here, it'd all be over. And now, I fully understand how I'm supposed to fight. But because I understand how, I am unable to fight right now. After all, I can't win by simply countering Erica's truth. If I want to deny her truth, I'll need to present a different one. And I still don't have a clue what that truth is.
There is nothing that is not healed with time, and there is no truth that cannot be reached if you spend enough time searching. However, all trials have a limited time in which the truth must be decided. Therefore, a truth cannot be reached within that limited time, cannot become truth.
Yeah, I know that! By now, everyone is certain that Anatsuhi is the culprit. It might be too late now, even for the real truth. Aneva's violence will probably go unstopped, and no one is even thinking about protecting Anatsuhi. It's no longer a situation where we can say, oh, the truth will eventually be found. And in this world, the time remaining to expose the truth is very short. It's already 2400 at the game's end. The police won't come. The truth won't be revealed. Only the truth decided upon here and now will remain. I slowly stood up, walked in front of Beato, and faced Delanor. I have no plan. I don't know the truth. However, if I don't jump in now, I won't get another chance to fight. The red used by Erika's group is mercilessly strict. I seriously doubt that I can put together a truth where Natsuki isn't the culprit without violating that red.
Why the uncertain face? How pathetic.
Damn it!
That...
I'll be the one to kill you. I want to keep that promise. And yet, right now, I don't have any plan at all.
That's okay. In this world, there is no truth. The truth is made later on and overwrites that which comes before it. Real truth doesn't exist anywhere.
These sprites hurt me bad.
Now this is a splendid scenario, Dlanor. It just wouldn't be interesting unless a knight appears before the princess's execution. And there's nothing better than watching heads roll before your very eyes. Erase the old piece and the unneeded player all in one go.
As you wish. Glory be to the great Lady Berncastle. I am the head inquisitor of heresy, Delanor A. Knox.
Kitty cat eyes.
Yee! Step forward, Ushirmia Badler.
Damn it. I've got nothing more to lose. If you want to see me struggle, I'll show you! The only reason Erika's theory is so strong is because of those seals. She was given red so quickly just because Lambda Delta easily bought the alibis created by those seals. But the seals aren't red truth. Just sticking paper in a door crack is far from perfect. There's no way something like that can prove anything with certainty.
Begin, Battler! Ready to let those goats turn you into a pile of meat along with your beloved Beatrice?
Oh, and I'll mix the leftovers from your precious sister into that pile. Wouldn't that make for a wonderful stack of meat? And we can wrap it up in a dumpling, steam it, and maybe add some soy sauce.
No, the best way would be to fry them in a pan with some eggs and ketchup.
Damn it! Can't we doubt the reliability of these seals of Erika's? Something like wedging some paper in a door can't create a perfect alibi. It might be that someone's noticed by chance and happened to put it back in the same place. The blade of my blue truth should have slashed diagonally through Dlanor's chest. However, Dlanor's expression didn't budge in the slightest, and there wasn't a single wound on her chest.
I was wondering what you'd throw out there, but this is ridiculous.
Allow me to explain. This is what I sealed the doors with. Did you think this was paper, Battler-san?
Erika once again held up the thing that looked like brown paper.
This is packing tape. And its adhesive power is extremely strong.
Not generally true of packing tape.
I used scissors to make it easier to tear. Furthermore, I wrote my signature.
Well, I guess maybe it's if it's the real good shit.
It's fresh packing tape.
Yeah.
Furthermore, I wrote my signature, which cannot be reproduced, in 3 places. Across the tear point, across the edge between the door and the tape, and across the edge between the tape and the door frame. Therefore, it's impossible to tear it off without leaving a mark, and it's impossible to reattach too.
Permission to unsheath the red key.
Granted.
Hell yeah, Sard. I mean, this sucks for us, but Sard.
Due to the above, the seals are guaranteed to be perfect. Miss Erica's seals were not broken by anyone, and deception is impossible.
I'll acknowledge Erika's seals. However, an Eva seal in Genji-san's room should be different.
Ava's seal was of the same type as Miss Erica's. That is because this method of sealing was one that Miss Erica and Ava conceived of together after dinner.
Erika said something about a scientific investigation and fished through the chemicals in Grandfather's room, right? There might have been some kind of solvent in there. If you used that, you might be able to tear off the packing tape without leaving fingernail marks.
Please allow me to speak. It is impossible to tear off any of the seals by any method without leaving marks.
That was
Please
weird.
allow me to speak. There were no suspicious marks on any of the seals.
Therefore, it's been proven that nothing was done to any of the seals. Repeat it.
Yes, gladly. All of Erica and Ava's seals were not tampered with in any way that hindered their ability to act as seals, such as being scraped off.
Damn it! Damn you using packing tape that leaves marks all over the place. Lana isn't my only enemy. There's also her subordinates, Gertrude and Cornelia. And also Erica and her master Burncaster. And even Lambdadel's the one who hijacked Beato's game. Everyone in this cathedral is an enemy. That fierce rush of red immediately repelled my feeble truth. It's obvious why. I don't have any alternate truth. Even at this final stage, I have nothing.
Were the seals all that you had to discuss? You promised to give it everything you've got.
If only I knew a truth that could prove on Natsuhi's innocence. If I could only make a theory that weaves its way through Erika's red. Damn it, I don't know anything.
Do you have any chance of winning?
I left it at home. Mind if I go back and get it?
I have already lost. I am prepared for my fate.
I promised that I'd kill you. So I won't let anyone else do it. I'll definitely keep that promise.
Liar. I'll never trust your promises again.
Huh? When did I ever make a promise to you? And what was the lie? Chat, is he stupid?
After hearing you say that, hell might not be so bad. Kill us, Nargasto, Lambda Delta.
Beato let out a shrill cry, overcome with laughter. It was a broken laugh and tears streamed down her cheeks. Battler's words would no longer reach her ears. She kept on laughing insanely like a broken record.
Is it over? Pitiful. I am truly disappointed, Ushiyamiya Battler. I would keep laughing, however, it is 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Kill me, Delano! Slice me in half with that red long sword of yours!
Ah! Let's assume that there exists some method X that can lead someone to the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge. Erika claims that the windows and such were sealed, but she can't prove that she sealed all possible means of entry. There's a possibility that Erika was unable to seal entrance X because she couldn't find it.
Nox's third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. As the detective, Miss Erika sealed all entrances. passages that the detective cannot find or hidden passages. Therefore, there are no entrances that Miss Erica cannot find.
I present the possibility that Erica's lookout in the lounge wasn't perfect. During the 2 hours Erica spent there, she really observed everything without looking away for a second. It might be possible for someone to have passed through the lounge during a small gap without at least Erica seeing them.
Please allow me to speak. Lady Erica's lookout in the lounge is perfect. There were no small gaps or carelessness of time when she looked away or for even a second. Please allow me to speak. Therefore, during their entire meeting in the lounge, only Rosa went up to the second floor.
But was that really Aunt Rosa herself? There's a possibility that someone disguised themselves as Aunt Rosa. Or maybe she was actually holding a large suitcase with someone hiding inside it.
Nox's 10th. It is forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues. There have been no hints suggesting that someone had disguised themselves as Rosa. Furthermore, Erica has confirmed that she wasn't carrying any luggage large enough to hide a human in.
Aunt Natsuhi was being threatened by someone. The uninvited unknown guest X is the true culprit. How can you be sure we're the only ones on this island? The true culprit is someone else.
Nox is first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story.
Maybe they were killed with poison in a remote murder. With a strange drug that can make a cut appear in someone's neck when they die. That type of murder has a delayed effect, so even with an alibi.
Nox is fourth. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or hard to understand scientific devices to be used.
There's a chance that there existed a murder device X in the cousin room and Genji-san's waiting room that made a remote murder possible. It had some secret mechanism that still hasn't been discovered, and...
Are you fucking kidding me? Nox is 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
Anyway, there exists a culprit other than Aunt Natsuhi. If you want to deny that, try and repeat in red that none of the appearing characters were the culprit.
Nox is 6th. It is forbidden for accident or intuition to be employed as a detective technique.
You say that everyone except Aunt Natsuhi has an alibi. You're forgetting one person. Who's gonna prove that Erica herself has an alibi?
Nox is 7th. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit.
Unless she's caught red-handed, you should never be able to deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi is innocent. Can you even deny future possibilities? Like if a piece of evidence X that Erica hasn't discovered proves Natsuhi's innocence?
Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
This tale is filled with malicious lies. The tale itself has become a trap to capture Natsuhi. The tale should be constructed only from impartial truths.
Nox is 9th. It is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and explanations be heard.
I was the culprit, so maybe I gave George Aniki and the others a slow-acting poison to make them die after 2400, then silently slit their throats when I returned at 3 a.m. I could have done it so quietly that Erica wouldn't hear.
Nox is 8th. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented.
Everyone committed suicide, so there is no culprit. Not technically a Nox rule about that, I don't think. There's probably at least one Van Dyne about it, but I don't think there's a Nox about that.
Please allow me to speak. All victims' deaths were homicides.
Erica didn't personally examine the corpses, right? It should be possible for people who aren't the detective to make a mistake when examining corpses.
Please, allow me to speak.
Blood knife has evidence. Blood at the scene.
Blood at the scene, blood knife real.
Blood at the scene. Blood
No, that
knife
no
real.
examination of the corpses could have been mistaken.
Maybe there were body double corpses. They prepared corpses beforehand that closely resembled the victims.
No, that no corpses except those of the characters who appeared in the story.
Also, there's a Nox about that. There's a Nox about
Also, there's a
doubles.
Nox about that.
I think.
There cannot be doubles if there are
Is that a Nox or a Van Dyne?
the disguises thing?
Not the disguises thing. There's specifically one about doubles and twins and whatnot. I can't remember if it's a Nox. Okay, I thought so. Doesn't that violate Nox's something or whatever? Then how do you claim Uncle Kraus is dead without his corpse? Doesn't that violate Nox's something or whatever?
No, that the red truth is simply truth, and there's no need to provide evidence or proof.
It's a Nox because of Zero Escape. That's right. What the? Damn it! In the face of these insane arguments, any attempts to overturn the truth where Natsuki is treated as the culprit are completely meaningless. Each time I brandished my desperate blue truths, Glanor and the others' red truths knocked me down to the floor. It was getting hard to even stand back up again. Does that mean my body is telling me that I'm about to surrender? To the truth where Aunt Natsuhi is the culprit? Their red truth is getting more and more perfect. Each time I think I can slip through a chink in their armor, Glanor smacks me down with the red longsword of Nox. Pedo.
That's enough, Bella. Now the endless torture that torments me, no us, will finally end. Let us fall together into the depths.
I don't want to see Beto like this. Her Majesty is the ruler of the Golden Land. Her enthusiasm as my rival are completely gone. She's just a pitiful woman who's been trampled over and lost all hope, with tears streaming down her face and a tragic smile that I can't bear to look at.
Does your truth no longer exist?
No. I have one last thing.
And that is a different truth, where Natsuhi isn't the culprit.
That's not it. All I can do is prove that Natsuhi isn't the culprit. After that, I can't show what the real truth is at all. Even so, maybe at least you'll be safe that way.
Why?
I can show without a doubt that Natsuhi isn't the culprit. However, I cannot show a different truth. If Erika's truth is dispersed, the crime will return to darkness, and there might still be room for you to exist.
Yeah, if you can do it. But if you can't show a new truth, that means you're incompetent and useless as a player. I'll have you vanish from this game board for all eternity.
At this point, the Game Master is Lambda Delta, and she is there too. This probably doesn't mean losing a single game, but being banished from this game for all eternity for losing. From what the witches have said in the past, I can faintly imagine the place pieces are sent when they're banished. It's known as the Depths of Oblivion, an eternal darkness that lies on the far side of an eternal oblivion, and where there is no concept of life or death. I'm going to disappear, aren't I? However, Theodo will remain. As long as Beidou remains, no matter how suspicious Aunt Natsuhi is, there will always remain space for the witch to be the culprit. In other words, room for Aunt Natsuhi to not be the culprit. As long as that space exists, someone will eventually expose the truth. It doesn't have to be me. Anyway, eventually someone will smash this fake truth to pieces. I understood that the time had come to abandon myself for the sake of this other person who would eventually appear. For the sake of the real truth. Well, looks like I'll have to break my promise to kill you after all.
Don't leave me as the one only alive. I'll disappear with you. Let that be your final tribute to me. I beg you, if you do just this one thing, I don't need anything else.
What if I blow up?
Have you used up everything you have? I really am disappointed in you, Ushirimiya Battler.
Quickly, perform his requiem. That way I'll have an open field in which to expose Natsuhi-san's sin.
These guys really are interesting. Beatrice! Ushirimiya Battler.
But I've gotten tired of this. You aren't needed in our game. Do it, Dlanor.
This is the end. If you still have last bit of power, let me see you muster it now in your last moments.
It's small, but it's a sparkling red truth. The last trump card Virgilia gave me. Erica, this takes your theory back to square one.
If you can, why not go ahead?
Take this! Ushirimiya Natsuhi is not the culprit. The red truth is simply truth, with no evidence or proof needed. This will make Dlanor stagger. Even if that's all it does, it's the first and last strike I can make.
My favorite.
That's the face.
Nox's second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as detective technique.
Huh? My red truth was blown away by Glanor's red longsword.
In this court, if anyone other than witches is going to speak the red truth, they'll have to construct an appropriate proof for it. Erica's been following this procedure, right?
True, Erica hadn't used the red herself even once so far. She always had Burncastle, a witch, repeat her statements.
Your red truth isn't something you obtained for yourself. It's a supernatural truth given by a paranormal being. In other words, it isn't reasoning. It's no better than a random thought.
In that case, if I have Virgilia say the same red truth, where is Virgilia?
If you are to present that red truth, you must construct an appropriate argument. Can you do that?
No. It's impossible. I just have the truth that our Natsuhi isn't the culprit, without any basis or evidence.
See, real truth is a very fragile thing. Does real truth exist? And is it necessary? Even without it, the tale will continue on. Battler. Come on, Battler. Prove the red that you have shown. If you cannot, this is goodbye.
Then, goodbye. Sorry, Beidou.
Don't say that. Thanks for sticking around with me. It was such a blood-stained tale, but it was fun. The trial is now finished. Finished. Die the death sentence to death.
Awesome. With that, the trial for the 5th game ended. The detective, Furudo Erika, accused the culprit, Ushiromiya Natsuhi. There are 3 riddles that the detective must explain. The first is the whodunit. Who is the culprit? As previously stated, it is Ushiromiya Natsuhi. The second is the howdunit. How did they carry out the crime? During the hour between 2400 on October 4th, 1986 and 1 o'clock the next day, Ushiromiya Natsuhi went to the cousin room on the 2nd floor of the guest house and the servant waiting room on the 1st floor of the mansion. There, she carried out the murders. It is only possible for the crime to have taken place during that hour, and for that 1 hour, alibis have been proven for all characters except Natsuhi. From the sky, a massive red longsword, even greater in size than the one Dlanor held, came crashing down like a thunderbolt, piercing through Battler's heart and pinning him in place while he still stood. In that instant, Beatrice became a golden splash and faded away. And her former minions disappeared as well. As the heartless witches looked down at the cathedral's center, laughing coldly, all that remained was Battler, with the red long sword sticking through him, and Dlanor.
Rest in peace, Ushiromiya Battler. What a shame. I thought you were a more capable person than this.
Battler blew bubbles of blood, closed his eyes slowly, and died. Dlanor stared on in silence, then turned on her heels when she saw his life leave him. After that, all that remained was the corpse of this sorrowful man, pierced by the sword that acted as a massive red grave marker, and lit by the faint glow let in from the cathedral's skylight. Man. And then, there is the third riddle the detective must uncover. The final riddle. The why-done-it. Why did they commit the crime? The motive. In third-rate mysteries, there's no need to uncover this. After all, even if you don't expose the motive, the culprit will just confess when all's said and done. However, Furudo Erika was first-rate, so she would expose even this. Shout out to Discolor, one of the best songs in this episode's soundtrack. Natsuhi was being confined in the parlor under everyone's watchful gazes. Then, Erika made use of everyone to diligently and persistently search all places, even Natsuhi's room, for clues about her motive.
Well, now that we have all gathered, just what is it that drove Ushiromiya Natsuhi-san to commit these terrible murders? Through my investigation, I, the detective Furudo Erika, have discovered the general outline that explains this. I would like to announce it now.
Everyone remained silent, urging her to continue. Erika tossed some of Natsuhi's possessions that had been confiscated onto the table.
First, these are past diaries that were discovered in Natsuhi-san's room. They have barely been used at all in recent years, but they describe in detail the period shortly after she became a part of the Ushiromiya family. Most of them were locked, but in order to find the full truth behind this crime, I used my authority, which everyone has acknowledged, to destroy the locks on all of them.
Oh, barbaric! Reading another person's diary. If
if we're barbaric, what does that make you? Murderer! A criminal like you has no right to privacy.
And this is what I found from those diaries. Natsuhi-san ended up married to Kraus-san due to special circumstances. I imagine that all of you here know much more about this than I do. Natsuhi-san and Kraus-san were not married because of love or as a normal arranged marriage. If anything, it was more like taking a hostage.
That's not true.
This is written on the 24th page of this red diary.
Red diary.
I am a hostage being imprisoned by the Yoshiramiya family under the guise of marriage. However, if everything can be resolved this way... Natsuhi-san, right here you've already acknowledged that you were a hostage. Kumasawa-san, you have served Natsuhi-san since the time she first came here, right? Could you tell me about what it was like at the time?
Yes, that's correct. I did catch wind of something similar to what you described. I think that by now only Dr. Nanjo and I know of the details regarding Madame's marriage. Very true. That was during Ginzo-san's golden era, where he did whatever he pleased. He defeated all of his enemies and expanded his financial power. Natsui-san's family was one of those enemies.
As though the time to talk had suddenly come at hand, Kumasawa and Nanjo openly delved into territory that should never have been touched upon again. This was concerning the period during which Kinzo was most feared for his ferocity. It has been said that, though Kinzo had many assets and connections, he held a grudge after being looked down upon by members in the elite as being an upstart. Because of this, apparently, Kinzo wanted to find Kraus a wife from a noble family and use this to raise the Yoshiramiya family's status. Then, he overcame Natsuhi's family in a financial struggle, and proposed that a marriage be performed as a method of reconciliation. And the person he picked was Natsuhi. Natsuhi had been raised to be clean and pure in a family of Shinto priests, making her a true noble lady. By choosing her, not only did Kinzo cause them the worst possible humiliation, he also won what he considered to be a nice trophy. So that marriage proposal was humiliating to Natsuhi from the very beginning.
Regarding the aforementioned facts, both Kumasawa-san and Dr. Nanjo's claims just now match with the contents of the diaries. Therefore, since the time Natsuhi-san first took the name Ushiromiya Natsuhi, she has held a strong resentment against the Ushiromiya family. What do you have to say, Natsuhi-san? Do you acknowledge this?
All of the cold gazes turned to face Natsuhi.
It's true that I thought that at first. I thought I was being forced into a marriage without love, a hostage under the guise of a bride. However, my husband never viewed me as a mere hostage. He understood what I had gone through and gave me compassion and affection. My husband was the only person who could understand me.
I see. That makes sense. And there are many scenes in your diaries showing that Kraus-san knew of your difficulties and showed kindness. However, on page 47 of this diary, you describe these moments as being unpleasant, correct? Let me read aloud. When Kraus tries to show kindness, it only makes me feel more wretched. Sometimes, I think he might even be trying to humiliate me further. Therefore, we can tell that Natsuhi-san repaid her husband's kindness with contempt.
Wait! Yes, I may have thought that at the beginning. Back when I was still overwhelmed with unease, I couldn't accept his kindness and wrote of my frustration from time to time.
Distrust
From time to time. But even I eventually realized that he was sincere and grew to accept his feelings.
Well, nothing like that appears in any of these diaries.
I never even wrote it down. Those feelings were so secret.
God. I love so much when diaries are used to show truth to the moment. It's just, yeah, that like, of course you wouldn't fucking write it down when you feel better about a situation, because that's not the point of a diary.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the whole idea of, like, the diaries being presented as objective is so fucking twisted in its own right, because you're gonna write in a diary when you are, like, the most upset. That's going to be where you put your feelings that are, like, bad, and even, like, stuff you don't really actually feel. sometimes you have to, like, write that just to fucking, like, exercise it from your body. And it's so... like, the detail that she didn't write down that she grew to accept Krause's kindness is just so fucking... Of course she didn't. It's so good.
Judging by many diverse bits of evidence and testimony, it's clear that you despised your husband. And there exists no evidence that you eventually accepted his feelings as you claim.
I loved my husband!
You can't find any testimony or evidence that can be used to elevate that statement to the level of red truth. Right.
Does anyone need evidence to say they're in love?
You can't trust anything besides the red truth. Statements that aren't red don't count as evidence at all, and they can't be trusted at all. All non-red letters are falsehoods that exist to deceive me. I love you. Who would believe that when spoken with the white text? No non-red words can ever be trusted. All I can trust in this world are the red truth and the pieces of evidence I offer to my master to gain it. You lying human who can't speak the truth. Humans lacking the red truth have no right to speak of love, or the heart, or truth. Did you know? Men aren't as stupid as you women think they are. Men never really take it seriously when a woman says, I love you.
Normal girl.
Yeah,
What a pitiful person.
like, who hurt you?
I say that you've never truly loved someone.
Romance isn't necessary for a detective. I don't think I've ever used the word romance except to explain a motive for murder.
No matter what you say, we loved each other.
Romance being unnecessary for a detective is very Van Dyne of you.
I should be apologizing to my husband for always writing down my complaints and nothing else. But I have devoted my heart to him. Even if I can't prove it, it is the truth.
I think people in this story are normal about love. So true. So true.
Rejected. You just don't know when to give up, do you? By now, due to evidence and testimony, it's clear that you hated both your husband and the Yoshinomiya family.
That's right. I can't even count the number of times I've heard you complain.
Oh, and like you've never talked behind Hideyoshi-san's back?
Damn it, you killed my husband! How dare you say that? Die! Die and apologize to my husband!
Please cease your violence, Ava-san. This is now the precious moment where I question and convict the culprit. It's not yours, okay?
Well, she pushes out in front of them. I love when they do that with the sprites.
Well then, over the next several years, she appeared to have gotten used to her new way of life. But in actuality, an intense hatred still lurked in her heart. Taking that into consideration, there would be nothing odd at all about her deciding to take revenge.
Don't act like you know what I'm thinking!
Each time Erika read Natsuhi's diaries, one after another, she exposed more of Natsuhi's emotions during those painful days. Natsuhi hadn't written them to leave those words behind. She had written to forget those memories and seal them away. That's why she had written down her feelings during those painful days, locked them up, and sealed them away for all eternity. However, Erika claimed that these were Natsuhi's true hidden feelings that had been locked away and concealed. Since it had already been concluded that Natsuhi was a murderer, everyone accepted Erika's claim. By this point, the red truth wasn't even necessary to establish Natsuhi's motive. As long as the reason seemed plausible, everyone would believe it. No matter how much Natsuhi might object, no one would believe her. No one could accept the truth Natsuhi spoke of, about the days she spent loving her husband. And just, like, God, even if every word Erika said was true, how fucking necessary is this? Exactly! That's the other thing, it's like, all of this just exists. Like, she's already been accused of murder, you don't need to fucking do this. Even if this was all true, you don't need to fucking do this. That had been painted over by a false truth in which she hated her husband and swore revenge against him. The pen of the gods that composes the truth had been given to Erika. And so what? Who gives a damn about your past? Murderer. Murderer!
Stop that! I can understand how Natsui-san felt. I always thought this day would come eventually. Poor thing, poor thing.
Jesus, Kumasawa. I just think she's one of the pitiable victims of Father's wild life. I knew of the pain in Madam's heart. I always tried to support her.
Stop making this about yourself! Oh my god!
But I failed. And look at what has happened!
The way how Godus makes even this about himself.
It's crazy.
Like, I'm still relevant.
I'm still relevant.
I don't
No.
No.
I don't even understand the emotions of love and hate. Stop making them talk!
They're doing this to spite you, but also, of course, Kirie would say this.
You will someday. Don't worry. It can become a reason to live, and also a reason to kill.
What the fuck? Kiryu, is this the time?
What are you talking about?
Kiryu, what the fuck? Are you guys hearing this?
Is anyone else hearing this? Kirie, I love you. Is that Natsuhi? Hi, Nine.
Hi, Nine.
Welcome in. We're here is where we are. You've got lovely timing. Is that Natsuhi really the culprit?
Well, now that you mention it, there is just one person besides Natsuhi-san that might be the culprit.
What? Hey, are you serious? Why didn't you say something that important sooner?
Natsuhi-san, the truth is, there is one person besides you for whom the crime was possible. If you truly claim that you aren't the culprit, it means that person must be the culprit.
Huh?
Who is it? Who?
Ushiromiya, Kinzo-san. Early this morning, Kinzo-san went outside through the window of the...
Can you fucking speak faster?
outside through the window of the third floor study, and his location is unknown. Isn't that right, Battler-san? Just like Natsuhi-san, Kinzo-san has no alibi whatsoever. The truth is, for this crime, it was possible for Kinzo-san to be the culprit as well. I just assumed that he never existed in the first place, so I totally forgot about him until just now. Allow me to apologize.
There's not even the scary purple eye that slows down time anymore. Exactly, she's just doing this. She didn't look shy or apologetic in the slightest. Erika bowed in as unpleasant a manner as ever. She had held a grudge ever since her defeat in the study battle.
Natsui-san, you gained Kinzo-san's trust and are the person who served closest to him, right? So shouldn't you know better than anyone else? This incident is actually the crime of the family head, carried out by Oshiromiya Kinzo-san.
You dare call father a criminal?
Don't worry. I've prepared more than enough evidence and testimony to explain the why done it if Kinzo-san was actually the culprit. If you say, for example, that you have put yourself on the line to cover for Kinzo's crime, I am more than capable of supporting you. Ever since the late period of the author Ellery Queen, even the theory created by the detective can sometimes change the plot itself. You really can't afford to be careless in this day and age.
I will let you treat father like the culprit!
Natsuhi-san, calm down, place your hand on your chest and think carefully. If you accuse Kinzo-san of being the culprit, this entire case will be resolved. You will no longer be held accountable for another person's actions, and your honor will be restored.
In other words, by pushing the crime onto Kinzo, Natsuhi would be saved. Those lines are so funny. Ugh.
The detective meta really has gotten complicated.
However,
I have been entrusted with the honor of the Ushimiya family by father. Did you really think I would defile father's honor, the Ushimiya family honor? Just to clear away the false accusations made against me?
of course, Natsuhi knew that she wasn't the culprit. And she also knew that Kinzo wasn't. So being framed herself and pushing the blame onto Kinzo were both unacceptable, unbearable outcomes.
Are you sure? As I have already established quite thoroughly, alibis have been proven for everyone except you. If you will not accuse Kinzo-san, then this time it really will be clear that you are the culprit, and that will become the truth, right?
If you intend to label me as the culprit and call that your own personal truth, then do whatever you like. I am sure that God knows of my innocence. Eventually he will prove it.
If it came to a choice between her and Kinzo being framed, Natsuhi would sacrifice herself. Perhaps that was her way of protecting the Yoshinomiya family's honor. Natsuhi.
And I even gave you a chance. Stupid woman. This future where your name will eventually be cleared doesn't exist for any of you. Not for any of the pieces on this board.
Natsuhi had made her decision. If they were going to call her the culprit, she would let them. She boldly rejected the thought of selling Kinzo's honor to gain a momentary truth where she wasn't the culprit. And therefore, the tale was woven with her as the culprit. In the future, if the accusations against her are proven false.
Bye, Nine.
Bye, Nine.
Thank you for stopping by. I hope your phone cools the fuck off.
This tale will probably be rewritten. However, that future will never come. I think truth is a fleeting thing. Even if I am a good person until my death, if some heartless person after my death overwrites the records and says I wasn't a good person, and if that is shared with everyone else, then even all the goodness in which I lived my life could be overwritten easily. And so, I think that I won't live as a good person for all eternity.
If you claim that Kinzo-san was not the culprit, he will need an alibi proving that the crime was impossible for him. Otherwise, we cannot truly be certain that you are the culprit, Natsuhi-san.
Erika has probably known for a long time. Kinzo is nothing more than an illusion to make the inheritance problem more uncertain. However, it would be very hard to prove that he was an illusion. The only way to do this would be to confirm Kinzo's death, but as has been made known by the Red Truth in previous games, Kinzo died a long time ago. And in this 5th game, his corpse hasn't even appeared. In a situation like this, it wouldn't be easy to absolutely prove his death. If Kinzo's death was confirmed, it would practically erase that defeat in the study. It was the only way Erika had of removing the humiliation of that loss. And there was something that could confirm Kinzo's death almost as certainly as real proof. And that was the confession of the culprit. It would mean having Natsuhi herself acknowledge that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. That way, it would be acknowledged that Erika's reasoning in the study was correct. That loss would be painted over, and it would be rewritten as Erika's victory. I will be so fast, I just have to run to the bathroom real quick. I'm sorry, I'll be back.
Survive.
Hi, I'm back. Battler hung suspended by Dlanor's red long sword. Beidou had disappeared by having her existence denied, and her minions had gone too. In this cathedral that they had disappeared from, only Natsuhi and the witches convicting her remain. If you think about it, all the talk of red blades is great foreshadowing for Blood Knife.
Mm-hmm.
So, you still claim that Kinzo is alive and remains somewhere on this island?
That's correct. Father is in good health. No matter what anyone says, I will not change my statement.
The red truth in the previous game says that Kinzo is already dead. But that's not enough to satisfy you, right, Burn?
Yeah, that's right. I'm after a perfect victory. So there's nothing interesting about getting a checkmate just because Kinzo's death has been confirmed by the red. I want to win by forcing Natsuhi to say she's resigned.
Then why don't you try it? Show us what you've got.
This is going to get really...
This sucks.
This gets really awful, and I don't want to read out loud some of this shit.
Aye, boss.
My master, let us now achieve a perfect victory.
Of course. Natsuhi, you say Kinzo is certainly alive, but you don't know where he is, correct?
That's right! Father left through the window and his location is unknown. He is so troublesome sometimes.
Lambda, I'm gonna make Kinzo's location from 2400 until the morning absolutely clear. From 2400 until morning, Kinzo stayed in the same room.
Huh? Well, that's true. He was a corpse after all. No, I'm sorry. That's right, totally right. I won't butt in. It sounds interesting, so keep going.
From now on, I'll use the word Kinzo to refer to the living Kinzo. After all, Natsuhi claims that he's alive. I'll say more with the red truth. Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside the mansion. Isn't that right, Erika?
Yes, my master. I searched for Kinzo all over the premises outside the mansion. However, I was unable to find him.
Because of the detective's authority, Erika could find all clues, including searching a fucking 2-kilometer diameter island, I guess. Therefore, if Erika was unable to find a hint that Kinzo existed outside the mansion, it was the same as proving that Kinzo didn't exist outside the mansion. Therefore, Bernkastel repeated that truth of Erika's.
Kinzo does not exist outside the mansion. Hey, Natsuhi. If Kinzo does exist, then this means he must be somewhere inside the mansion. Do you have any idea where Kinzo might be hiding?
How could I know? For all, think of the weather. There would be nothing strange about him leaving the courtyard to hide somewhere in the mansion and dry the rain off.
From this point forward, I will repeat the same thing several times. I'll give you many chances for an honorable surrender. If you're too stubborn, you'll lose even your true honor.
No matter how you threaten me, I will not give in.
I just love teasing pieces like you. Then, let us continue.
For the aforementioned reasons, it is unthinkable that Kinzo-san could have been somewhere outside the mansion. So first off, I performed an extensive search of the 3rd floor, where the study is.
However, there was nowhere he could have been hiding. You couldn't find any trace of Dad on the 3rd floor.
So then, where is he, Natsuhi-san?
I don't know. If he's not on the 3rd floor, then perhaps he's hiding in the basement.
Ah, yes, the basement. The boiler room, that underground storage room. Every part of your suspicious basement was also included in my search.
Yes, I searched too. I didn't see Father anywhere.
I'll say it again. Where's Kinzo-san, Natsuhi-san?
In that case, he's probably on the 1st floor, the 2nd floor.
I see. Process of elimination does tell us that, doesn't it? We then thoroughly searched the 1st floor. And the result?
Can I help you, Sissa?
No, he's crazy.
Yeah. Nothing. We're unable to find Father.
I'll say it again. Where was Kinzo-san, Natsuhi-san?
And he's probably hiding in the second floor. How should I know where Father was hiding?
Are you sure about that? Do you really not know where Kinto-san was hiding?
Madam knows where Kinzo was hiding.
That's insane.
That can't be true.
Both Shannon and Cannon knew that Kinzo was already dead, so they didn't have a clue how Erika would use a phantom of a person who didn't exist to corner Natsuhi.
Kinzo is nowhere outside the mansion. Kinzo isn't on the 3rd floor. Kinzo isn't in the basement. Kinzo isn't on the 1st floor. Therefore, the only place Kinzo could possibly exist is the 2nd floor.
I accept I read truth. Natsuhi, Kinzo should be somewhere on the 2nd floor. Will you still not tell us where he's hiding?
No matter how many times you ask, it won't change the fact that I don't know.
Erika, start from the beginning and go in order, investigating the entire 2nd floor. Use the detective's authority to avoid missing a single clue, and to see through all types of hidden doors and hidden rooms.
Yes, my master! That Natsui-san's pretty dumb, isn't she? She still can't see where we're going with this.
No need to talk more than is necessary. Come on, Erika. Take everyone with you and begin the investigation.
Erika used her detective's authority to take everyone, even Natsuhi, and go up to the 2nd floor to search every room, starting at one end. Even for rooms that were thought to have nothing at all to do with the crime, Erika did not relax her search in the slightest. Her search was thorough in every single room as they moved through them all.
So, you still won't tell us where Kinto-san is hiding?
Stop saying that! How many times do I have to say that I don't know?
Natsuhi-san, even if we do keep searching, we'll never be able to find Kinto-san at this rate, right?
Of course. Kinzo doesn't exist. No matter how long this search continues, it's just a waste of time. This was known by Erika, the witch's piece, and Natsuhi, the one who knew the truth.
In that case, the search will end at the room at the far end of that corridor. In other words, it will have been proven that Kinzo wasn't in any of the rooms except that one. What do you think about that? He isn't on the 3rd floor or the 1st floor or the basement, and he isn't in any of the rooms on the 2nd floor except the one at the end. So if he really did exist inside the mansion,
It had been proven that he could only exist in the room at the end. In other words, this was Hempel's Raven. Because it had been established that a living Kinzo couldn't exist anywhere except the final room at the end of the corridor, that automatically meant that a living Kinzo existed in that final room, and that room at the end of the corridor was...
Huh? Which room is that at the end of the corridor again?
Lambda Delta was munching on a refill of popcorn.
that's Natsuhi's room, Lady Lambda Delta.
In other words, Kinzo had no place to hide except inside Natsuhi's room. Do I need to say it in red?
Of course.
Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside Natsuhi's room.
Well then, that means this room is the only place left. It means Kinzo-san isn't anywhere outside this room.
Isn't this my room? Where exactly in my room do you claim Father is hiding?
In a rage, Natsuhi unlocked the door to her room and pointed inside. Of course, Kinzo was nowhere to be seen.
Do you see Father anywhere in here?
I see. Looks like he isn't here. Did he realize we were coming and escape out the window?
If Kinzo wasn't in this last room, It meant that he didn't exist anywhere. There was no living Kinzo outside the mansion. There was no living Kinzo inside the mansion. Therefore, no living Kinzo existed. However, Erika didn't make that argument. She had pointed that out herself without making a checkmate. It was because Bernkastel didn't want to win by cornering Natsuhi with the red truth. She wanted to force Natsuhi to accept a humiliating resignation.
I have not only been searching for Kinzo-san himself all this time, I have been looking for signs that Kinzo-san hid somewhere between 2400 and the morning, and no such signs have existed.
In other words, from 2400 until morning. Kinzo was always holed up inside the same room. And that was Natsuhi-san's room.
It means the checkmate of Red Truth has finally cornered the piece known as Kinzo's Phantom inside Natsuhi's room.
Hey, Natsuhi-san! This means you were with Kinzo in this room until morning. You still claim that you didn't know where he was.
I'll acknowledge it with the red truth. During the night between 2400 and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed anywhere outside Natsuhi's room. I permit you to use this truth to advance your argument about how he could have existed in Natsuhi's room.
A plea bargain. Hey, Natsuhi. Even someone as stupid as you must have realized the fix you're in now. This is your last chance. Make Kinzo the culprit. Call the Yoshinomiya family head a criminal and crush the head's honor to protect yourself. If you show that you have the guts to do that, I'll change the plot into one of a tragic heroine taking the blame to protect the family head.
Father is innocent! I cannot call Father a criminal!
She's refused the deal. Okay, Burn. Do it.
During the night, between 2400 and morning, there exists no place for a living Kinzo to exist except inside your bed.
What do you mean by that?
After conducting a thorough search of this room and a detailed scientific examination, I discovered that Kinzo did not exist anywhere in this room between 2400 and morning. However, your bed is the only exception.
A shocked silence dominated the room. Natsuhi completely forgot to close her open mouth.
Last night, around the time the gold was discovered, so probably at about 2300, Kinzo-san escaped from the window on the 3rd floor and snuck into the bed in your room. And, as an even more unfortunate result from my investigation, it has been proven that you were also sleeping in that bed.
I'll repeat it. From 2400 until morning, a living Kinzo could only have existed inside Natsuhi's bed. And last night, Natsuhi also slept in that same bed.
Wow! Look how close they were. So you two are so close to each other.
I'm not really gonna continue reading this.
Yay, yippee!
Yeah, that's where they're going. God.
Natsu, use the red truth to counter this blue truth. Of course, since you aren't a witch, there's no red that you can use. So I'll speak with the red truth in your place. At least, I will if you can show me convincing proof.
I really like the cuts between the, like, game board and meta worlds and the way that they do the transitions. It's really well done.
Mock me. Damn it.
Natsuhi tried to attack Erika, but Ava pinned her arms behind her back so she couldn't do anything.
How unsightly. In order to take revenge against the Yoshinomiya family, you first schemed to take control of everything the family owned.
Yeah.
I understand why you want to deny it, but testimony from several witnesses has already made it clear that you've had repeated secret meetings with Kinzo-san.
Godspeed, Grace!
Bye, Grace! Hey, Ken and Shannon, why aren't you doing anything?
Yeah, you guys want to, like, step in? I mean, what the fuck are they supposed to say in this situation?
True.
To be fair.
Wow, this is pretty fatal. No room for doubt now.
Hey, Natsuhi. Looks like you don't even have a scrap of honor left now. But I'll give you one final chance before I build you the worst of all possible fragments. Go ahead and say that Kinzo wasn't there, okay?
That's right, you sure are stubborn, Natsuhi. The Shimiya family has already been torn to ribbons, right? Are you really that desperate to confuse the inheritance problems by pretending Kinzo exists?
This is my final challenge in protecting the honor of the Ashimiya family, which Father entrusted me with. My husband's business will definitely succeed. Till we can use that to repay our debts, I cannot hand over the inheritance to the Ashimiya family. I will protect Father and my husband's honor. That is my mission.
Wanting to protect the honor of the dead is an admirable trait.
He's not one of the dead. We're talking about the honor of a convenient delusion inside Natsuhi's head. The real Kinzo never once ordered Natsuhi to protect that honor.
Natsuhi yelled loud, which I assume you're not gonna do. As Natsuhi screamed, she fell down to her hands and knees. She no longer had any way to reject the fake truth that Bernkastel and Erika had weaved.
By my name is the Game Master, Lambda Delta. I acknowledge Lady Bernkastel as the victor of this game. If anyone has any objections, state your name now.
Of course, there were none. All of those who might have objected had been erased. It's you.
No objections. Bern, this is your victory. What a wonderful victory it is. Now you must weave up the fragment of the truth.
Sure, I'll go weave up the truth. This is the truth of this sad, pathetic tale. Though I did want Natsuhi to acknowledge her crime while half laughing, half crying. After all, that's standard in the genre, right?
There is like one more section before credits that I don't think is too long. Are you up for that?
I'm up for that.
That way we can make a clean break and just do tea parties next week. After being forced into a marriage she hadn't wanted, Natsuhi developed a grudge against the Yoshinomiya family and was filled with a desire for revenge. From the trial synopsis, page 3. Natsuhi, also hoping to take revenge for the financial submission to her parents' family, had been forced... Sorry, I just, like, got totally garden pathed by that sentence. Natsuhi, also hoping to take revenge for the financial submission her parents' family had been forced into by the Yoshidomiyas, schemed to capture the Yoshidomiya family's wealth. From the trial synopsis, page 4. Knowing that the wealth of the Yoshidomiya family was, in practical terms, under Kinzo's personal control, she initiated sexual relations to curry favor with him and managed to ensnare him. From the trial synopsis, page 7. From the Bernkastel docs, page 682. To curry favor with Kinzo, Natsuhi imitated Beatrice. Yay! Furthermore, by chance, she was sometimes witnessed in this guise by the servants and became part of the foundation for the legend of the witch. From the trial synopsis, page 8. From presented evidence number 17. From the Bernkastel docs, page 802. However, late at night on October 4th, 1986, Yoshidomiya Battler discovered the hidden gold. The relatives were in an uproar and decided that Battler should succeed the headship, so Natsuhi planned the crime. She murdered the children in the so-called cousin room and tried to frame Battler for the crime. Furthermore, Genji was murdered for opposing this scheme. Later on, Hideyoshi was also murdered. From this point on, she displayed the strong intent to indiscriminately murder all those involved. From the trial synopsis, page 27. From supplemental materials B, page 61. From the Bernkastel docs, page 1103. The following outlines the details of the crime. 2400, October 4th, 1986. Natsuhi decided to commit the crime. She asked Genji to assist her, but was refused, so she murdered him. She then murdered her husband Kraus in his own room. From the trial synopsis, page 40. From supplemental materials S, page 8. From the Bernkastel docs, page 1105. From GC Internal Docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. Afterwards, she went to the so-called cousin room on the second floor of the guest house, waited for Rosa to join the rest, and killed George, Jessica, Maria, and Rosa. She damaged the necks of those corpses. Afterwards, because there were people in the lounge on the first floor, she waited in an empty room on the second floor. She hid in this empty room until the people at the lounge dispersed and went to bed. From the trial synopsis, page 41. From supplemental materials S, page 10. From the Bernkastel docs, page 1131. From GC Internal Docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. The people in the lounge disappeared just after 3 a.m. Natsuhi left the empty room and escaped from the guest house. She returned to her personal room where she met up with Kinzo, who had been hiding there. She stayed there until morning. Kinzo left the room early next morning and concealed himself somewhere near the guest house. From the trial synopsis, page 41. From supplemental materials S, page 29. From the Bernkastel docs, page 1200. From GC Internal Docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. I really like the detail that Bernkastel is taking hundreds upon hundreds of pages of notes. And we're getting, like, a brief but generally detailed synopsis.
Yup.
So what the hell is she writing? Afterwards, Kinzo saw his chance and carried off the corpses of the 6 victims one by one, hiding them. Unfortunately, these hidden corpses have not been found. From the trial synopsis, page 42. From supplemental materials S, page 37. From GC Internal Docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. Natsuhi, who had failed in her scheme to cast suspicion on Battler, changed her plan to include the murder of all present. From the trial synopsis, page 58. From supplemental materials T, page 19. From the Bernkastel docs, page 1348. From GC Internal Docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. Predicting that one of those present would eventually want to take a rest in a private room, Natsuhi concealed herself inside a closet in one of the guest rooms. At about 1 p.m., she murdered Hideyoshi after he entered that room. From the trial synopsis, page 61. From supplemental materials T, page 26. From GC Internal Docs, General Affairs A09, number 9974. From the time the others became aware of the incident to the time they carried Hideyoshi's corpse out, Natsuhi once again concealed herself in the closet. Furthermore, as proof of this, a button from Natsuhi's clothes was found in the closet. Afterwards, she left the closet and tried to return to her room. However, Furudo Erika found and questioned her first, and she confessed to the crime. From the trial synopsis, page 63. From supplemental materials T, page 32. From presented evidence number 26. From the Burncastle Docks, page 1348. From the Lambda Delta Docks, line 7 is my favorite stupid-ass gag in this whole bit. From DC Internal Docs, General Affairs AO9 number 9974. First subsection U99 number 0107. From GC Official Notice number 01724434. GC Official Notice number 01724434. Due to the result of Illusion Trial number 0147-007982, 2400, October 5th, 1986, we announce that the following has been determined. That Ushiromiya Natsuhi did admit to her crime. For 13 months following this announcement, related docs may be perused at the Great Court Legal Office's Document Management Center, first subsection. Great Court Deputy Chief. Head Inquisitor of Heresy, Dlanor A. Knox. Natsuhi.
Let's assume that I did it okay. That's what you want me to say, right?
As though she'd given up and decided that it'd be useless to try and talk her way out of this any longer, Aunt Natsuhi screamed that out. It was a sad incident. I wanted to believe that, despite the pitiable circumstances that led to her marriage into the Yoshinomiya family, Natsuhi just might have been able to grasp a sliver of happiness together with Uncle Kraus and Jessica. However, by Aunt Natsuhi's own doing, Uncle Kraus, and even her beloved daughter Jessica, had been heartlessly killed. It was even harder to believe that Grandfather had been an accomplice and hid the corpses. However, judging by clear testimony given by several people who knew him, Grandfather's mental state for these last few years had been far from what anyone would consider normal. Perhaps, possessed by a mad devotion to the mistress he had lost long ago, Grandfather might truly have believed that Aunt Natsuhi was a reincarnation of Beatrice. Where is Grandfather now? Like Erika had theorized, did he really believe that he could revive Beatrice by carrying out murders following the epitaph, succumbing to Natsuhi's cajolery? Right now, is he holding some kind of disturbing ceremony with the bodies he carried away?
Are you satisfied now? This is what you wanted me to say, right?
Aunt Natsuhi sobbed as she spoke.
This is your revenge, isn't it? You, the man from 19 years ago.
This man from 19 years ago that Natsuhi kept mentioning was supposedly someone who had caught her in some sort of trap. However, she had only mentioned that this man from 19 years ago existed, and she most certainly hadn't tried to explain what had happened 19 years ago.
I'm sure that man's underlings is among us now. I'm sure that even though that man is ridiculing me through one of you, then tell me. 1 second.
Sissel, what are you doing? Where is he? Where is he?
He is just... Okay,
Oh, okay.
it's just like this. Sorry, I smacked the table with my hip, making terrible audio there.
No, it's fine. I just wasn't sure what you were seeing.
Then tell me, are you happy now? Has a bit of that pain and suffering you've endured for 19 years gone away? I finally understand. The reason you've cornered me so far is because you wanted to make me acknowledge that, right?
Natsuhi-san, other than us, there's absolutely no one here. Please stop this insanely desperate charade and quit pretending that someone who doesn't exist actually does.
Erika laughed mockingly, but as Aunt Natsuhi looked at us, no, as she looked at some being behind us, she hung her head and shook. Then, she confessed to her sin.
I committed murder.
So you finally acknowledged your crime directly.
No. This is not about what has happened today and yesterday. I will confess to a murder that occurred 19 years ago.
The adults all whispered together, wondering what this was about. because they had never heard about a murder case 19 years ago.
10 years ago, I committed a sin. I couldn't forgive it. That baby.
Baby? Now what are you talking about?
On that day 19 years ago, Father entrusted me with a baby. Since I still couldn't bear a successor of my own, Father told me to adopt a child. And he made me hold a baby that he said he had brought here from an orphanage. Do you have any idea how humiliating that was to me as a woman?
With a mix of conflicting emotions of anger, sadness, regret, and possibly defiance, Aunt Natsuhi confessed. Her humiliation as a woman when she was no longer expected to bear a child, and also the indescribably unpleasant feeling of being made to hold an unfamiliar baby. It caused her great sadness and rage, and before very many nights had passed, it ate a hole into her heart.
And then I sold my soul to demons. It happened when I went on a walk through the rose garden to the harbor along with a servant holding the baby. I wanted to be alone, but the female holding the baby faithfully followed me everywhere. I was unable to even tell her to stop following me, and therefore unable to escape from the child's crying. That day marked the beginning of that 19 long headache-filled years. Then we faced the cliff from across the fence. By taking that baby and throwing it down onto the rocky beach far below me, I couldn't do it all. I really did listen to that demon's temptation. Then, in the smallest of moments, I thought of how wonderful it would be if I could really do that. I lent an ear to that temptation. At that time, the servant holding the baby stepped onto a large rock, twisted her ankle, and staggered. She leaned against that rough fence, and at that time I thought I heard the fence creak loudly. I told her to look out and tried to grab her shoulder. No, I shouldn't be so vague. I'll repent. I'll confess. That moment, I'm sure that as I told her to look out, with both hands I reached out for that servant's shoulder, and with a thought pushed her away hard. Her rough fence snapped from the base, and that servant fell down toward the rocky beach below,
Along with the baby.
along with the baby. Even though I remember that moment vividly, for some reason I recall a vague and very strange feeling. Almost as felt as though instead of falling, the two of them were silently swallowed up into empty space. So I didn't even hear the sound of them crashing into the rocky beach. Oh, I'm sure I heard it. But because I wanted to think that they disappeared, I must have erased that sound from my memory.
And then?
For an instant, I thought it was a dream. It was high enough that I couldn't see the two of them below me just by leaning over. So I didn't know whether their fall or the few seconds before that had actually happened or not. I must have been wishing so strongly that the child would fall. I just had a daydream. Trying to make myself believe this, I hurried back to the rose garden. Then I decided to let the servant take care of the baby, choosing to take a rest alone in the garden. Then Father asked what happened to the baby, and an uproar began over the disappearance of the servant who had been in charge of it. Eventually the broken fence was discovered, and 2 corpses were found at the bottom of the cliff. The child had apparently been here for reasons that couldn't have become known, so its existence was hushed up. And the official story was that the servant had had an accident on her own and died. That's right, I stole away 2 innocent lives in one go. As for the poor servant, her family was graciously compensated. Her aged husband, who didn't know the truth, accepted this even though he grieved over the unfortunate accident. Just a few years ago, he died of old age, and I confessed the truth over his grave, apologizing. But until this day, I have never apologized to that baby. Yes, this is what you're after, isn't it? So right here, right now, I'll confess to my crime. I, Ushirimiya Natsuhi, did 19 years ago push you off a cliff and try to kill you. Sissel is outraged.
Sissel can't believe this.
But you didn't die, did you? And you're still alive, and you still call me mother. You came to this island and took your revenge on me, didn't you? For these 19 years. You know that the one you should have called your mother pushed you off a cliff, and you must have lived a very hate-filled life. And now you've taken everything I've gained since pushing you off that cliff. 18 years of my life and smashed it all to pieces. I no longer have my beloved husband and daughter. And I've even lost my honor of being called a murderer. No, I really am a murderer, aren't I? Yes, that's right. It all went according to your plans. I'm now regarded as a killer. How's that? Is this enough for your revenge? My husband and daughter have been killed. I've been made to look like a murderer and even adulterous even. After seeing me live in disgrace like this, are you satisfied? Oh yes, I bet you're quite satisfied. Because my family, my honor, everything has been stolen from me. Crying, screaming.
Yeah.
After all this, do you still claim that you were framed? Seriously, you just don't know when to give up.
Can you hear me? You the cursed child from 19 years ago. Are you satisfied now? You've stolen everything from me now. What else could you want? Please, just forgive me. Sissel, can you fucking... We're having a moment.
Yeah, is now the time? It's useless, isn't it?
Battler-san, did you say something?
It's all useless.
Battler-kun?
Yeah. It's useless, isn't it? It's all useless. Let's fucking go. Credits. Inzo died before the game start time. Kraus, first Twilight. Natsuhi, alive at the time of the game suspension. Jessica, first Twilight. Eba, alive at the time of the game suspension. Hideyoshi died in the second Twilight. George, first Twilight. Rudolph, alive at the time of the game suspension. Kirie, alive at the time of the game suspension. Rosa, first Twilight. Maria, first Twilight. Nanjo, alive at the time of the game suspension. Genji, first Twilight. Shannon, she's fine. Cannon, he's fine. Goda, literally fine.
Unfortunately.
Kumasawa, straight chilling. Virgilia, Runaway. Yeah, you fucking know. Are they gonna credit all of the goats this time? They better. They were there. Well, thank you everyone for tuning in for Natsuhi's personal torment nexus. By far the roughest part of this episode.
Mm-hmm.
All the goats, baby!
All of the goats!
Good. Fifth game, end of the Golden Witch. No result? No result? I guess the result is that it was suspended, but still.
Mm-hmm.
The seagulls never cried, so we don't know whether any were left alive at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. The answer. Complete episode 5. This concludes episode 5 proper.
Yippee!
Yay! Yeah, this whole section is such a strong... It's a really good section because I think it really demonstrates a lot of the cruelty, the wanton cruelty of Bernkastel and Erica and Lambda Delta and the nature of the game that they're playing. One thing that's said very early in episode 5 is that this is a game board without love. And I think that seeing just how fucking different and how absolutely fucked it gets, I think puts a lot of Beato's game boards into perspective and comparison.
Mm-hmm.
Because it makes you wonder if Beato could have done this the whole time and she wanted to torture Battler as much as possible. Why has she never done anything remotely like this? Why have her games been the way that they are if this is a game board without love and without honor? I think is a very interesting question to consider. And yeah, it's a good episode. It's a fucking rough one, but it's a good episode. So next week we will be resuming and going through both tea parties, which are, I think that is going to carry us through most, if not all, of a stream. They are longer tea parties. I think especially the witches tea party, or the second one, you know, the question marks, the tea party of those who are not human, whatever fucking verbiage you subscribe to. But yeah, so we'll be going through those next week, and I'm sure having such a good time then. And then yeah, after that, as we've stated, we're taking breaks between answer arcs because they are like this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're not all like this, but they're all
Pretty rough.
They're all pretty rough in a way that would be good for us to pace out emotionally. So yeah, we'll be next week doing tea parties, the week after that starting with Portal, and then after we finish Portals 1 and 2 normal style, we'll kind of see where we're at and what we want to pick up in the meantime for another couple of weeks before we jump back into episode 6, which I am really excited and also nervous to get to. I really, really like episode 6, and
Episode 6 I have not done.
yeah, you've read what, probably like half, 2/3 of it?
Something like that.
You're a bit into it, but you have not finished it, which is scary. And yeah, I look forward to that, but I'm also I think a little break to play some other stuff will be good for us. But yeah, I look forward to seeing you all next week for the tea parties. I hope you will enjoy that when the time comes. And until then, have a good one, guys.
Have a good one, guys.
See you again.
May you crank it thrice.
And may you
But
reach the
maybe
moon.
not to this one.
Maybe not to this one.